they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch with Bebop Baby. The first to show speed. Through from the inside comes Window Shaker. One from the rail is Lyrical. Then outside we have Workin' 9 to 5. In between horses is Royal Bonus. Then we come back to Atlantic Princess. We have a loose horse. Loose horse here in the early goings. The jockey has been thrown off the 7. That is Celtics Wildcat. Santos is off the 7. And the race goes on through flat 22 for the opening quarter mile. And Lyrical in between horses along with Window Shaker and Bebop Baby. Outside is Workin' 9 to 5. Through from the inside comes Atlantic Princess, and the favorite Royal Bonus has got 6 lengths to make up as they bend around that turn, and Lyrical puts the nose in front, but Bebop Baby is still right there, and Bebop Baby turns them into the stretch as they get ready to roar down that Canterbury stretch, and Workin' 9 to 5 is on the outside. In between is Bebop Baby. On the outside, Royal Bonus trying to save the best for last, and Royal Bonus timing it brilliantly with Constantino Roman. The People's Choice prevails. Royal Bonus from last to first. And they're off. In between horses, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man shows speed. Now the last one in is the first one out. It's Positive Petey. And Positive Petey in that pink hat will take the lead from Mr. Insensitive. Then it's Dakota Knight. 2 more back to Rejection Hurts. On the inside is Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. And the last horse away is Found Jordan, some 15 lengths from front to back as they speed by the judges into that first turn. And on the inside, Mr. Insensitive's had to work hard to get there, but he's got the lead by half a length from Positive Petey. 23-2 for that opening quarter mile, and Dakota Knight content to track from third. The hot favorite, Rejection Hurts, has got 3.5 to make up. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is next, just 5 lengths from those leaders. Then it's LL's Classy Dude, Total Surprise. The other Lothenbach has got 8 to make up, and nothing yet from Found Jordan through a half mile that goes 46-4, and there's still a pace battle on the front end with Mr. Insensitive and Positive Petey. Those two have been locked in battle every step of the way. Rejection Hurts gets that perfect trip from third, trying to take advantage of that. Dakota Knight is spinning the wheels, and Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is unwinding with Jermaine Bridgemahand as the complexion changes, and they turn to the top of the stretch. And on the outside, here comes Rejection Hurts to take the lead away from Mr. Insensitive. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is charging down the outside, and Found Jordan from the back of the pack is full of run but erratic into the final furlong, though. Rejection Hurts. And Rejection Hurts feeling good about this victory tonight. Wins it by 4. It finishes 7-4-1 in race 2. And the babies are off. A slow start for Cloudless Blue. On the outside is On Speed Dial. Through from the rail comes Lil Sassy Jones. In between is Sassy Mama, and on the outside is Northern Angel. Then Midnight Joy, and that tardy start for Cloudless Blue has her some 10 lengths behind that tearaway leader. The hot jock Roman, and Lil Sassy Jones leads it by a measured length from the hot favorite On Speed Dial. Sassy Mama is right there, and Northern Angel trying to reel them all in. Those four have gone 10 lengths clear of Cloudless Blue as they turn down that Canterbury stretch, and On Speed Dial takes the lead. On Speed Dial away from Lil Sassy Jones. Sassy Mama is next. On the outside is Northern Angel, and they're into the final football field, and On Speed Dial. One look was all it took. What an impressive debut. She runs up the score by 5. They're in the gate, and they're off. Speed from Hurricane Hunter, who wants that early lead, but Lock It Down is having none of that, and the favorite takes control of the race right off the hop as they run by the stands for the first time, and Lock It Down leads by 3. Outside is 1,000 Dreams. In between horses is Badger Kitten, and way at the back is Merlin's Sister. 11 lengths from front to back as Lock It Down leads it by 2.5 lengths. That 3-pack still chasing from second. On the outside, 1,000 Dreams. In between horses is Badger Kitten and Hurricane Hunter right there, just 2 lengths from that leader. 23 and 2 for that opening quarter mile, and a big gap of 12 now back to Merlin's Sister, who's way at the tail of the field. Up the barn side they go, and Lock It Down now has that lead shrunk down to 2 lengths. In between horses, Badger Kitten is right there chasing that one. 1,000 Dreams is on the outside, and Hurricane Hunter and Carlo Lopez are saving all that ground inside. 15 lengths back to Merlin's Sister. Would have to sprout wings to win from there. 46 and 1, so the pace has been honest, but Lock It Down is still on the lead and looking good. Constantino Roman and Lock It Down now bump the margin to 5. Badger Kitten all in second. Outside is 1,000 Dreams as they roll down that Canterbury turf stretch, and Lock It Down is doing just that once again. Lock It Down, making that 4 to 5 look like stealing. Lock It Down. Flag fall to That's All. And they're off. Ooh, big stumble in between horses for I Will Stand and Dylan Rocks. Both spotted the field 4 lengths. Cannonball coming. Charges out of that gate to quickly open up 2 lengths. Coco Bravado is next after that stumble at the start. Here comes Dylan Rocks. Up on the inside comes the class dropping Hi-Ho Cheerio. Botany would have to make up 6 lengths as they are compact. Banking into that far turn, and Cannonball coming, and the Bug Boy. Barrios Lopez lead it by just a neck. Dylan Rocks breathing down his neck. Hi-Ho Cheerio gets a perfect stalking trip. Then we come back 3 lengths to I Will Stand. Coco Bravado doing the moonwalk, and Botany all in right now with Gallardo trying to make up those 6 lengths. Dylan Rocks and the hot jock looking for his 4th win in the card. Take the lead away from Cannonball coming, but here comes Hi-Ho Cheerio. And Hi-Ho Cheerio living up to the hype, taking the lead on the outside from Dylan Rocks, who's left in the wake of a keen turn of speed. Indeed, Hi-Ho Cheerio to the front, into the final furlong, and to the wire. The favorite prevails again, Hi-Ho Cheerio by 2. Now set, and they're off. In between horses, Give 'em Shade shows speed. Now the gray horse, Dura the Explorer, but no one's quicker than the outside marker. And Barbara Roloff runs by the judges and opens up a quick 2-length lead. A clump of horses in 4th, 5th, and 6th, led by Ain't No Sweetie, who hugs the inside with her boots on, was in traffic there, along with Ballymos. And the last horse away is the late-running Tantima. Barbara Roloff and Luis Valenzuela dictate terms here and do so by 3 lengths. Give 'em Shade is up into 2nd with her boots on, has a clear path into 3rd. Ain't No Sweetie's got 5 to make up. Then Dura the Explorer, the gray horse, is on the outside in 5th. Gap of 2 back to Tantima, Ballymos, and Jewel Azul. 23 and 3 for the opening quarter mile, measured by Barbara Roloff, and that lead still is 3 lengths. With her boots on, now sensing the warning and starting to move in coyly. Inside is Ain't No Sweetie. Outside is Dura the Explorer, and here comes Tantima with a sharp move as the complexion changes, and Barbara Roloff now has company, and that company is with her boots on, and she's got her running boots on tonight. With her boots on, takes the lead. Ain't No Sweetie's trapped to the inside. Tantima, and here comes Jewel Azul, and Jewel Azul is stampeding down that stretch. Jewel Azul from with her boots on inside. Jewel Azul outside. Jewel Azul in time. And they're off. Mama's having a hot flash, showed speed to the outside, but now Saint Serena ups the tempo and is joined in kind by Miss Mac Mac. Through from the inside comes Unbridled Twister. Then it's sailing along to the outside of Artistic Vision, and Kira Fever can see them all 8 lengths from front to back. And they are traveling fast on the front end, led by Miss Mac Mac. Saint Serena clings to that one, and they've gone 4 clear of Mama's having a hot flash. Inside of that one comes Unbridled Twister. Outside is sailing along, and Artistic Vision's got 7 to make up. Still nothing from Kira Fever. On the outside, Saint Serena and the hot jock Roman looking for his 4th win on the card. They open up a 3-length lead. Here comes Unbridled Twister to the inside. On the outside is sailing along, and they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Saint Serena's still got that lead. Unbridled Twister to the inside. Outside comes sailing along into the final furlong. Saint Serena still there. Powerful on the inside. Saint Serena trying to hold off sailing along. Saint Serena, the upset is on. Saint Serena there all the way. And they're off. The favorite, Jess Special Folly V, got off to a fast start from in between horses. I Live for Candy, Political Fires there on the outside. In between horses comes Patriotic Attitude and 5 Bar Fantasy. Inside, Jess Special Folly V, Jess Special Folly V, Jess Special Folly V all the way. And they're off. The favorite, Relentless Bay, off in a tangle. Relentless Corona has the lead. Outside, Relentlessly Fast. Trying to recover is that favorite, Relentless Bay. It's still Relentlessly Corona. On the outside is Relentlessly Fast. In between, Relentless Bay. Photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under mostly cloudy skies. The main track is fast. And the turf, if you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's racing card. Race number 1, a jockey change. Put Eduardo Gallardo on number 3, taking charge Desi. Gallardo rides the 3 in the first. Second half of the double. And race 3, all free and clear. No changes. No changes in races 2 and 3. Onward to race number 4. Put Kylie Jordan on number 5. Number 5, Expound, ridden by Kylie Jordan. Heading up to race number 5. Scratch number 1, Of Good Report. Race 5, take out the 1. In race 6, scratch number 7, Win Over Wyatt. Race 6, take out 7. In race number 7, scratch the 7, Calico Joe. Make the jockey on number 3, Luis Valenzuela. Race 7, scratch 7. Put Luis Valenzuela on the 3. Race 8, take out the 7, Union Quality. Race 8, another scratch of the 7. This time it's Union Quality. And in race number 9, scratch the 4, Mandata. Race 9, scratch the 4 with that scratch. We have no show or trifecta wagering in the lucky last. Up next, Jeff Madej, Angela Herman with everything that's vital for you to know here at Canterbury Park.
Well, thank you, Kevin Gorg, and that's right. We've got the latest news. Welcome, everyone, to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. Of course, Paul Allen is, for God's sake. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej, joined by Angela Herman. Paul Allen is on vacation. Kevin Gorg will call the races tonight. You'll find Angela down in the paddock for most of the races. I'll fill in a couple times trying to find a winner, but we've got a great race card tonight. But last night, wow, there was some excitement last night. Not only did Constantino Roman win 4 races, we had a pretty exciting quarter horse stakes calendar as well. Now, before we get to that, though, Angela, we've got some video to show. There's an event tonight taking place right after race 2. The Folds of Honor will be presented with a check from Budweiser and from Canterbury Park. There's more on that from Kevin later, but what's going to be cool, and you want to get down there to watch that, is that the Budweiser Clydesdales, 2 of them, will be out in the winner's circle during that presentation. That takes place right after race 2, which is an exciting 2-year-old race. Now, back to last night. Roman, he booted home 3 favorites, and he also got one of the longer prices on the Thoroughbred side of the card with a 6-1 shot at St. Serena, I believe it was. So he is riding hot. As we mentioned last night, Harry Hernandez is serving a 3-day suspension for an incident in Iowa. So this is a chance for some of these other jockeys maybe to make some hay.
That's exactly the term I would have put to it, and that's exactly what Constantino Roman did last night. Not only in the fact that he's not riding, but some very good horses that he's not able to be aboard are available for other riders to, get to know, possibly win on, and maybe go forward and have a new connection with a trainer that they might not have previously ridden for. So lots of opportunity abound, and he definitely took advantage of it then. Now, we also had, as you mentioned, quarter horse stakes to close things out, and one of those stakes was for 2-year-olds. That was the final race of the night, the MQHRA Futurity, and boy, was it an upset.
There were 6 horses named Relentless in there. Kevin Gorg's call, he was very confused because 6 of the 10 horses were somehow connected to the sire, He's Relentless. The top 4 finishers all had a name that started with Relentless. I don't know how he sorted them out, but it was a heck of a finish. Let's take a look.
Relentlessly Fast pulled the upset at 20-1, and in the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity, we did have a quarter horse involved in the play of the night, but she was scratched. So moved over to a Thoroughbred, and a very young, inexperienced one at that. So it's taken a chance a little bit to make him the play of the day. But Out of the Dark is a Tim Padilla trainee that has not started before, appears to have been on a similar set of works as another very quick Padilla trainee. We're going to make him the play of the day, maybe even a single or at least a strong favor in the pick fours and any of the other horizontal sequences early in the card. That's Out of the Dark, number 6 in the 4th.
It's that time of year now where we're starting to see more and more 2-year-old races. That's a 2-year-old race, I believe. But these first starters, you rely a lot on breeding and a lot on body language. So do you recommend that the fans that are here tonight go down to the paddock?
Oh, yes. Yes. This is a whole different ball game for a 2-year-old rather than just training in the morning or at a farm or any other experience that they've had thus far. And even if they've schooled, even if they've got a good taste for what they're in for, nothing beats the experience. So if you get down there and see that they're handling this new experience well, or maybe even that they're not handling that experience well, it can have more of an effect on their race than the average racehorse. So you're definitely going to want to get a look in the 2nd and the 4th tonight at some of those juveniles and how they're taking things in and saving their energy. Even though they're short races, it's a whole lot for a young racehorse to take on. So it's worth noting their professionalism and even the appearance that they make. I mean, if they're a big, giant horse that maybe needs a little time to get going, 4.5 might not be for them. But there's a lot to take in with these new ones because we just don't have enough of a look at them yet, especially with their form. 2nd and 4th races tonight, both involved in the post-time pick 4.
And if you're looking for buzz, stop by and see Superstats Dave Handlin. He sells the tip sheet. He's a collector of buzz and rumor because all your trainer walks by and the owners all walk by and they're all going to win. But at the end of the night, he doesn't know what's up from down. He can tell you why every horse in every race is going to win because he's got the rumors. He's the collector of the buzz, Superstats Dave. Well, now, there's a horse running tonight. In race 3 could just as well be a stakes race.
Yeah.
I mean, but did you know Dr. Oscar got a 105 Beyer speed figure?
I did not hear that, not even in this press box, that he got a 105 Beyer speed figure. Yes, Dr. Oscar ran right off the screen in the race that you're going to see behind us. He was 1-5 that day. Ran so fast early, he didn't even take any challengers. We thought that the pace is going to be hot and heavy. It was, but it was Dr. Oscar dictating the pace the entire way and drawing away, as you see on the screen. I mean, it was over from the word go. And now Dr. Oscar is going to take his act over to the turf. That's going to be the big question. And he's against, as you said, some established heavy hitters as far as Canterbury goes with turf sprinters in Bodenheimer and Plain Talk. And he landed right in between them in the starting gate.
Yeah, Bodenheimer, early in his career, I believe he ran on the turf in the Breeders' Cup, correct? I mean, he was that kind of horse.
That kind of horse.
And he kind of went the other direction a little bit, I thought. He didn't live up to the expectation, but he seems like he is absolutely back on his game right now. He's got speed, and the turf course plays at 5 furlong distance, plays towards speed. So I think Bodenheimer is going to be very tough in there. But Ship It Red, that's another Valerie Lund horse. She also trains Bodenheimer. That horse can run. Plain Talk might get that trip right off that pace. So I'm really intrigued by this race. But what do you make of Dr. Oscar on the turf?
Well, I looked at this, I guess, maybe with not as much hope as when they entered. This horse has some spots ahead of him still. You know, Festival of Champions is around the corner, and he's a Minnesota bred. So this isn't the be-all, end-all of spots for him. This looks like more of a free run on the turf. They don't put him in for a tag. They've never tried him on the grass. He doesn't have a bull-you-over pedigree for the grass. I mean, Shackelford's a very average turf sire, but they can run him here. If he doesn't run big, no big deal. There's no risk in losing him. It shouldn't theoretically take a whole bunch out of him. It's 5 on the turf, so why not? Keep Dr. Oscar moving. If you can't find another spot for him, and they don't readily always come up for a horse with this many wins, give it a try. And if they don't win, fine. But at the price you're going to have to take on Dr. Oscar to find out if he's a turf horse, I couldn't do it. So I took Bodenheimer.
Yeah, and I for those of you not familiar with the Beyer speed figure, we talk about a 105. I mean, our stakes horses here at Canterbury probably in the 80s, wouldn't you say? I mean, that would be an average stake Beyer speed figure. 105 might be the biggest Beyer figure I've seen at Canterbury Park, and for sure probably the biggest by a Minnesota bred. So that's interesting. But let's say he comes back and produces another triple-digit Beyer figure tonight. Mm-hmm. You've got to be thinking Keeneland or even Breeders' Cup, right? With that, I mean, those are Breeders' Cup type numbers. 105.
Well, and you have options with him. You have options with him if you want to try either surface now, if you do add that to it. So if the Breeders' Cup isn't in the cards, it still broadens your possibilities as to where you could go with a nice horse like Dr. Oscar. That's never a bad thing.
Well, Pete Mattson owns Dr. Oscar, and he got a taste of big-time racing with the Belmont. I believe he owned a Belmont winner, did he not?
Yeah, we saw him in the Belmont winner's circle. Absolutely did.
Once you get that, you're jonesing for more. Dr. Oscar, this is the heck of a race. I mean, I cannot wait for race number 3 because I think it's the race of the night, if not the race of the entire week. Speaking of the week, Saturday, we have tomorrow off. There's a Killer Queen concert tomorrow. Tickets are still available.
Some of us have the night off.
Well, I'll be at the Killer Queen concert monitoring the crowd. Now, but Saturday is an important day. The Leg Up Fund is a fund that provides support for jockeys and exercise riders who get injured while they're working at Canterbury Park. Saturday night, we raise funds for that. And it's something that our fans have all embraced. It's a fun night. It's a great night of racing, but you've got jockeys and Angela in the dunk tank. You've got Paul Allen calling a race, trying not to get electrocuted in the dunk tank. There's a silent auction with a lot of great items from local companies and from horsemen that have donated different things. So there's some artwork, a lot of different stuff, and hopefully there's a bottle of Jim Beam down there, too, because that's usually what I try to bid on. And there's a chance for the kids to meet the jockeys. There's an autograph table, so you can come by and get autograph photo of the jockeys as well. So there's just a lot of really good things going on that day as we raise money for the Leg Up Fund.
Well, yeah, and you make mention of the fact that this is a professional sport where you can get up close and personal with the athletes that are involved in it. And Leg Up Day is a day where you can have access to a lot more of them. There will be a variety of people at the table, and there's different activities going on with them involved, including the dunk tank. Yeah, I will be in the dunk tank, but you can really go out and meet whoever you maybe thought you couldn't. You don't have to stand by the winner's circle and wait for them. You can go meet them and also be involved in a good cause that will support them. And when we're not necessarily, able to meet their immediate need, whatever it might be, if they need medical care, whatever it is, the Leg Up Fund can help do that. So it's a great way to give back and to also meet some of the people that you watch every day here at Canterbury.
Great group of jockeys this year. I mean, we always have, I think, very talented riders here, but this group, for whatever reason, just a fun, really young,
personable group.
Yeah, just a really young group of riders, and then there's the veterans as well. But it's been a joy to watch them work here at Canterbury, and supporting them if they should need it is something that we all can do. So that's Saturday night when we race at 5 o'clock. Now you can see the horses are in the saddling enclosure for race number 1. That means, Angela, we need to go over to Kevin Gorg, who's going to analyze this. You're going to get ready for an appearance on FanDuel TV tonight, because we're featured, every race is featured on TVG FanDuel tonight. That's exciting for us. That should mean that our pools are going to be very large.
I sure hope so. And we're going to chat Pick 4 coming up, because that post-time Pick 4, the 10% takeout, lowest in the universe Pick 4, is starting in 14 minutes. So we got to dig in and make those tickets.
Let's go down to Kevin Gorg now. He's analyzing this race. He's ready to find a winner and give you all of the insight. Kevin?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, looking forward to this first race. As you can see by the betting board, the money kind of spread out, which you love to see. Turf racing, always so much fun to wager on. Let's take a look at the field, starting with that young lady right there. She's the 6-year-old Looking So Lucky, the one horse. She draws that advantageous inside post. Like her form right now, last race that she contested was back in late June. It was a race taken off the turf, and boy, did she take to that good main track that day, winning off at 2-5 like a good thing. Her turf numbers are solid. 4 career wins on the grass, including 6 starts here at Canterbury. 2 wins, 3 seconds. So 5 out of 6 on the Canterbury turf in the exacta. Very consistent horse is Looking So Lucky. I think she gets a great run down inside from Carlo Lopez, and I think she's the most likely winner. I've got her on top, and I'll key her in my trifectas and superfectas. Number 2 is Lady Astrid, Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein. The turf form is really hard to know. 1 career start did garner a 62 Beyer speed figure, which probably gets the horse in the conversation here, as you see a good look at Lady Astrid there. And Kelsey's a good long shot jockey, and the horse seems to be in pretty good form. 2 back, ran a sharp second against Similar. And then last time out, everybody was chasing Hot as a Pistol, who kind of freaked that day. Lady Astrid 10-1 kind of intrigues me if you're going to play some of those trifectas or superfectas. That's a nice long shot filler to amplify your value. 3 is Taking Charge Desi. Put Gallardo in the salary saddle for Valerie Lund. Last 3 starts, all in the main track, all sprinting. Does show some speed in those races. Again, not much to go on with turf form. 2 starts and hasn't really shown much in either one of those turf races, but should be prominent. And in a crowded field with 9 horses, maybe the speed that Taking Charge Desi can show will get into a good position to outrun those odds. 4 is Fast to Fortune. I've got this horse second in my analysis, and at 7-1, absolutely going to be a key player for me in the trifecta. Chip Woolley, the conditioner, he's having a solid season at Canterbury. Last time out against very similar competition, was only beaten a couple lengths behind Swanage, who ran a giant race. That was back on July the 3rd. Swanage went all the way in the front end. This horse was chasing Swanage into the deep part of the stretch and then fizzled a little bit late. The horse that ran third right in front of this horse, Dreaming of Biz, came back to win. So exits a live race, has natural speed, is in good form, and I think it's 7-1, a real nice long shot to include. 5 is Gypsy Reward. Constantino Roman won 3 races last night. Excellent card by him. Nate Quinones is the pilot. This is a horse that's 3rd time off the layoff. If you go back to last season, the only turf try this horse shows ran second at a good price. So absolutely a horse you might want to include is Gypsy Reward. 6 is Shabam. Angela Herman has this one right on top. And my only question was the layoff. You can see that the turf figures are there. The back class is there. The layoff for me was the only real concern. So important to get a good look at the 6 when they come out of the enclosure here and start parading around the paddock, because this horse has last raced in October down at Hawthorne Park in Chicago. And she's a 7-year-old mare. So for the 6-horse Shabam, I want to see some good energy. I want to see some good fitness in the paddock. And when she gets on camera, we'll talk about her. That's my top pick in the race, who, well, just 3-4 minutes ago when we were talking about looking so lucky, she was 3-1. Those odds are long gone. Lady Astrid here makes a real nice impression with that braided mane for Bobby Klein. Sneaky long shot for the Mouse to chew into with his dime superfectas. I think she gets a good trip. I think she can hit the ticket here at a price. There's that 3-horse we talked about. Another horse that's got some early speed for Valerie Lund. And my 4-horse that I've got second in my analysis, drifting upwards on the betting board right now at 9-1. That's sneaky. Roman, the hot jockey, is 15-1 on Gypsy Reward. Wow, that's impressive. And as we know, when you get a hot jockey, and he won 3 last night, we only ran 7 thoroughbred races. This is a guy you're going to want to keep an eye on, especially early in the card tonight, because he was making all the right moves last night, and turf racing seems to amplify the responsibilities of said pilot. He'll be riding that good-looking gray right there, Gypsy Reward. Angela's horse just went by right there. That is Shabam, and that's the older mare off the layoff, and boy, she does look good. The little we just got to see her there, she's on the muscle. She's got a big closing kick, so what Angela and her backers are going to count on is the pace to come back, and in the late stages, Shabam to be making a run. How about the jockey, Daler Barrios Lopez, the bug boy, having a terrific campaign here in Shakopee. So Angela on a long shot in the turf. I always pay attention. I will include that horse out of respect for part of the Steam team on my pick 4 ticket, which we'll get to here in about 5 minutes. Next in line is the 7, Fall Moon. Fall Moon's 5-1 for the Q right now. You get Timmy Padilla. That's a good thing. And her turf figures are solid, man. Her Beyer figures on the lawn are terrific. She's got 4 career wins on the turf, but she's 0 for 11 on this turf course. So that's the trend. You've got to believe that she can reverse tonight. But you go on Beyer figures alone, she's one of the top contenders here, and she's a square price. 8 was the early favorite in the betting. I like to watch where the early money goes. This horse was favored probably the first 8 to 10 to 15 minutes we started really looking at this race. Essentia Bella, ridden by Lindy Wade, trained by Chris Richard. 3 tries on the Canterbury turf. All 3 times this horse has hit the trifecta. Has a good stalking style. Stretches out here after some very competitive turf sprints. So this horse exits some really tough races and should get a good trip from just in behind the front markers. Outside horse is Criminal Record. We've talked all year about what a great turf jockey Jermaine Bridgemahan is. That's the angle here. The pesky part is she's been off since February, but she looks a picture here as they head down the bridle path and get ready to head to the track. So very, very fun wagering race here in race number 1. It kicks off that post-time pick 4. We got a great card tonight, folks. There'll be some prices. We've got some quarter horses on the back end. Lots of fun here to be had. at Canterbury. They'll head down the tunnel. We'll get the bugler, and we'll get the call to the post. Welcome to racing. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post. Race number 1 to be contested at 7.5 furlongs on a firm turf course. Here's the wagering menu in the lid lifter. Win place show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and the 50-cent post-time pick 4 with that industry low 10% takeout. They'll be at the gate in just 5 minutes, so just 5 minutes to get those bets in. Okay, race fans, just 3 minutes now to that post-time pick 4. Here's the ticket that I've assembled. Tonight, it's a $30 buy-in. If you want to play my ticket, you can modify it any way you want. But as I mentioned, I thought this race was competitive. I do have the one horse on top, but I don't think this horse should be even money. I see some depth to this field, and therefore I'm going to spread with 1, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Second race is basically a blank 2-year-old race. Very, very upset laden, in my opinion, on paper. 1, 2, 3, and 6. I'm going to make my stand in race 3. For me, it's the most exciting race of the night. It's a small field with all kinds of talent, and I'm going to lock in on the 4-horse Plain Talk, who figures to be the third choice at around 3 or 4 to 1. I'm going to single Plain Talk there with Constantino Roman and try to stay alive to race 4, which is another one of those cool 2-year-old races. I'm going to use 2, 4, and 6 there. All will be a decent price, and if we're alive at that point, we're going to be set up for hundreds, maybe thousands, and that's the plan with the post-time pick 4. Play my ticket, modify my ticket, play your own ticket. But guess what? You can't win it if you don't get in it. The post-time pick 4 with the industry low 10% takeout is just 2 minutes away, and it's a great sequence. Get your bets in now. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Inside a minute now to get your bets in. I want to welcome you to a Thursday night race card here at Canterbury Park, which is presented by Busch Light. There are Thursday night 6-pack ticket packages always available. You can grab your friends some beers and grab the reins for a good time. $6 16-ounce Busch Light cans, all presented by Busch Light on Thursdays at Canterbury. And we do this all the way through August the 17th. Come on out for Thursday racing. A beautiful night ahead as we have a 9-race card tonight. Starts right here on the turf. And they're just about to the gate. Get those bets in. The horses have reached the gate. It is now post time. Post time for the first race here at Canterbury Park. Fillies and mares. Set the battle at 7.5 furlongs on a firm turf. Hot favorite here as they load in is the one horse, Looking So Lucky. Looking So Lucky, trying to extend the win streak to 2. Almost set for a start. Criminal Record will be the last in line. They're in the gate. And they're off. From in between horses, Fast to Fortune, fast to that early lead. On the outside comes Essential Bella. Lady Astrid is right there in among horses. Then we come to Criminal Record. And the last horse away is Shabam. Into the first turn, it's Lindy Wade and Essential Bella to take the lead by a half. Criminal Record from the outside, trying to get back near the rail, right there, pressing the pace. Then we come back a couple lengths to Fast to Fortune. Gypsy Rewards already got 5 to make up, and Lady Astrid right behind that one. On the outside of horses comes Fall Moon. Trapped in between horses is Taking Charge Desi. The favorite Looking So Lucky. He's got some traffic to navigate and 8 lengths to make up. And at the back of the pack, the late running Shabam would have to make up 11 lengths to win this race. They went 23 flat for the opening quarter mile, and they speed by the barn side with Essential Bella leading by a long neck. Criminal Record clinging to her every step of the way. Fast to Fortune first to make the move, and Fast to Fortune making a sharp move at that. Behind that one comes Fall Moon. Then it's Looking So Lucky. The favorites within 3 lengths. Outside comes Gypsy Reward. Shabam is trying to unwind from the back of the pack. They hit the top of the Canterbury stretch, and here's Fast to Fortune. Fast to Fortune takes the lead into the final furlong. Fast to Fortune by 3. Gypsy Reward on the outside. Fall Moon is right there. The favorite Looking So Lucky is defeated. Final football field. Fast to Fortune leading. Gypsy Reward is lunging. Here comes the wire. Gypsy Reward got there. Finishing time up on the board, 128.58. 128.58. The Hot Jock provides a little boom to start the card on a Thursday. Constantino Roman won 3 last night, and he'll start the procession on this gorgeous Thursday at 19-1. Stand by for claim information and prices. Photo sign is down. Official order of finish coming. 5-4-7-1. one of the two Minnesota breds in race 1, victorious in against Open Company. Still not official. Hold those tickets. Jumbo size prices up and ready to go. $40.80 for your win ticket on the good-looking gray Gypsy Reward. We had a claim in the first race, number 3, Taking Charge Desi. A $16,000 claim for Pooley Thoroughbreds. The new trainer, Matt Williams. $10 super, $220.53. The Freddie McNeil 54 exacta for $1, $193.20. The 50-cent try, $433.75. Hot Jock Constantino Roman does it again. What a ride that was. Gypsy Reward had one career turf race. It was last June at Canterbury. Ran second that day, charging from off the pace. Finishes the deal tonight stylishly. And the post-time pick 4 starts with a bomb. Here comes the long shot into the winner's circle. She is number 5. She's Gypsy Reward. Gypsy Reward is a 4-year-old Grayer Roan filly by Warriors Reward, out of Blue Jean Song. Foaled right here in Minnesota. The winning owners are Extreme Racing Stables. The winning trainer is Nate Quinones. And the winning jockey, Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Gypsy Reward. On deck, we go back to the main track, listed as fast. No jockey changes or scratches. In race number 2, they'll be at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off from in between horses. Fast to Fortune, fast to that early lead. On the outside comes Essential Bella. Lady Astrid is right there in among horses. Then we come to Criminal Record. And the last horse away is Shabam. Into the first turn, it's Lindy Wade and Essential Bella to take the lead by a half. Criminal Record from the outside, trying to get back near the rail. Right there, pressing the pace. Then we come back a couple lengths to Fast to Fortune. Gypsy Rewards already got 5 to make up, and Lady Astrid right behind that one. On the outside of horses comes Fall Moon. Trapped in between horses is Taking Charge Desi. The favorite looking so lucky. He's got some traffic to navigate and 8 lengths to make up. And at the back of the pack, the late running Shabam would have to make up 11 lengths to win this race. They went 23 flat for the opening quarter mile, and they speed by the barn side with Essential Bella leading by a long neck. Criminal Record clinging to her every step of the way. Fast to Fortune first to make the move, and Fast to Fortune making a sharp move at that. Behind that one comes Fall Moon. Then it's Looking So Lucky. The favorites within 3 lengths. Outside comes Gypsy Reward. Shabam is trying to unwind from the back of the pack. They hit the top of the Canterbury stretch, and here's Fast to Fortune. Fast to Fortune takes the lead into the final furlong. Fast to Fortune by 3. Gypsy Reward on the outside. Fall Moon is right there. The favorite Looking So Lucky is defeated. Final football field. Fast to Fortune leading. Gypsy Reward is lunging. Here comes the wire. Gypsy Reward got there. Finishing time up on the board, 1:20.
A big upset to start things off, and that's quite the price to start the post-time pick 4. We'll add a little bit more uncertainty because we have 2-year-olds in both the second and the fourth race today, both a part of that post-time pick 4, along with a nice turf sprint in between it. Just a really cool sequence from start to finish, but we have to look at the 2-year-olds based on pedigree and some other workouts and things like that because we don't have races to go on for the most part until we get to the fourth. So Jeff, when you look to 2-year-olds and when you hear whispers about ones that have ability and ones that don't, what did you come up with in the second?
Well, I like to look at connections, and I do also chart those workouts. And right now it's hard to stray away from Constantino Roman. He won 4 races yesterday, and kicks off the night with a 19-1 shot here. He's on the 2 Mach 2 for Mike Beeler, owned by Barry Butso. Horse was purchased for $36,000. The sale in 22. Workouts are good. There was a nice workout. 3 workouts back out of the gate, 48-4. I like that kind of that quick workout and then a couple of maintenance ones after that. So now it would come down to taking a look at Mach 2, and you take a look at the braided mane. Horse is ready to run.
Yeah, definitely. I would say I like the same pattern that you just pointed out. A couple of maintenance works after you get what you want out of them. I guess you could maybe say the same thing about Hat Trick Jack right next door. A couple of half miles after a bullet out of the gate. There's another horse later in the card that I like that also follows that pattern, but I was taking a look at the outside horse, Supreme Leader. This is a colt that debuts with blinkers. He's a son of preservationist. You can't go on a whole bunch with 2-year-olds, just 1 for 10 up to this point. Supreme Maker has put out a couple of first-time runners who have run well, but not won. I was looking at that June 4th gate work. That was a nice little 3-8 move out of the gate, and Supreme Leader has also put in a gate work since that time on the 15th. Not the same work pattern, but still showing of speed and the outside post and the blinkers and a decent price at 9-1 all put it together for me. So I was willing to take a shot in here.
You see it as a positive that a first-time starter is wearing blinkers, because we've got 6 horses here. 1 has blinkers on.
Well, I would think that they've been working with this one in the morning and figuring out that Supreme Leader might need a little bit more focus or might need to keep looking straight ahead or on the turn or something like that. So, yeah, I like that they've worked with this horse a little bit and deduced that he might be better off with blinkers at this juncture of his career. Now, does anybody else catch your eye out here as they make their way out to the track and get the riders on board? Riding Solo is getting a bit animated as he waits for Sosa to hop aboard with him. But everybody else is taking them on like a pro and headed out to the track. We'll see if we can get Riding Solo to come behind them. But both Ben's Lake Thunder and Supreme Leader also have their riders aboard as they prepare to leave the walking ring. Your 3-5 favorite is on the inside. We haven't even talked about Commissioner Oscar yet. So Commissioner Oscar at 3-5 is one of a couple of Padilla trainees that's going to make their first run at the races today. This one appeared to work with General Battle Axe previously and was outworked by that one. Is by a 13% first-time sire and Commissioner, but Commissioner Oscar, I thought with the rail draw, might be set for a little more ground down the road and just maybe a different spot altogether.
I'm interested in all the Troy Bethke horses. He has 3 2-year-olds in this race, and then coming up in race 4, he's got another pair. The 3 Hat Trick Jack, my second choice in here, taking some money at 4-1 right now. Lindy Wade aboard. I think that he's slowly becoming Troy's go-to rider, so I'm going to use that 3 in the mix as well. A lot of wagering options are offered here. I'm going to get involved. I'm also going to go down to the winner's circle following this race because there's a special Folds of Honor check presentation featuring the Budweiser Clydesdales. We'll see you in the paddock for race number 3.
And the horses are on the track for race number 2. Minnesota bred 2-year-olds dueling at 4.5 furlongs. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a $1 pick 3. Race number 2 at the gate in 6 minutes.
Happy Thursday from the winner's circle. Before we get to race number 2, it's time to play a game of Ride the Bus. Now, if you're not familiar with this game, we're going to be drawing a few cards. So the first guess is guessing the color of the card, whether it's red or it's black. And then the second card, you guess if it's higher or lower than the first. And for drawing the third card, you guess whether it's between the first 2 cards or outside of the range. Now, I have Nick from St. Paul playing Ride the Bus today, and if he can successfully ride the bus, you'll go home with a daily double pack and a deck of Canterbury Casino cards. Sound good? You ready to play? All right. We have the lovely Marilyn with the cards. Flip the first card after you guess whether it's red or black. Which do you think it is?
Black.
Is it black? It is black. Well done. Okay, got that one on the first try. Now for card number 2, is it higher or lower than a 9?
It's lower.
Is it lower than a 9? It is lower. It's a 7. Okay, well, this makes card 3 significantly more easy. Is it between a 7 and a 9, or do you think it is outside of a 7 and a 9?
It's got to be outside.
Is it outside of a 7 and a 9? It's an ace. It is very far outside of a 7 and 9. Congratulations. You just won a daily double pack, a pack of cards, and all the bragging rights that riding the bus successfully will get you here at Canterbury. Congratulations. We're now 2 minutes away from race number 2. Get those bets in now.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Inside 1 minute now to race number 2. We'd like to thank our season-long partners here at Canterbury Park, which include Apple Autos, Ashley Home Store, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, our friends at Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, the Minnesota State Lottery, Pepsi, and Michelob Ultra. Thank you for your continued partnership here at Canterbury. As they get set to load in, these are Minnesota breds, the boys, the babies, 2 years old. 5 of the 6 here competing have yet to race. The only horse with a start is the 5, Ben's Lake Thunder. 4 horses currently 5-2 in this wide open betting puzzle. The 1, 2, 3, and 6 all co-favored as they load in. Commissioner Oscar with the Matson Silks. Next will be Riding Solo. One of 3 in here trained by Troy Bethke. Riding Solo with the familiar Offerman Silks. Right now, though, Loreno Sosa is going to hop off, and they're going to see if this horse will load Sands, the jockey. First time doing this come race night, so some of these 2-year-olds get a little rambunctious. Our gate crew does a fabulous job here. Night in, night in, night out, race in, race out, getting these horses loaded safely. Little check of the odds here. Mach 2, the 2-horse now lukewarm favoritism at 2-1. Now they've got Riding Solo in the gate. Sosa will rejoin. Next will be Mach 2 in the Butzo Silks. The race veteran, Ben's Lake Thunder, with that 1 career start, moving in. 2 more left to load. We'll be ready for a start. Hat Trick Jack. Thinking about it. Lindy Wade off the 3 as they load that one in. Jack is in. Lindy's back up. Supreme Leader, the last in line. 2-year-olds, 4.5 furlongs. Good luck, everybody. They're in the gate. And they're off. The youngsters came out smartly. Inside Mach 2, showing Mach speed, going right to the lead. Ben's Lake Thunder chasing that one from in between horses. Hat Trick Jack wants to run now. He got off a little slow, but now he's engaged. Then it's Riding Solo, outside Supreme Leader, and Commissioner Oscar can see them all. A sharp move by Hat Trick Jack, scraping the paint to the inside, trying to put pressure on Mach 2 in the hot jock, and Roman senses the warning and reopens with Mach 2 to a 2-length lead. Hat Trick Jack is trying to cling to that one. Then it's Ben's Lake Thunder. Supreme Leader on the outside. Riding Solo, and Commissioner Oscar's going to have to make up 9 lengths as they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and Mach 2 and Roman trying to hold off Hat Trick Jack, who's looming. Hat Trick Jack trying to come and get Mach 2. We're down to these 2, and Hat Trick Jack and Mach 2 are going to hit the wire. Hat Trick Jack shoots and scores. Finishing time up on the board, 54 seconds, 0.39. 54.39. Photo sign on the board. Back-to-back races that come right down to the wire here to start the Thursday. Photo sign is down. 3-2-1-4. 3-2-1-4. Not yet official. Please hold them all. Hat Trick Jack got up in the final jump here. Good-looking son of Firing Line, who most remember for his second-place finish behind American Pharaoh in that Kentucky Derby in days gone by, and pays $7.80 to win. The Nicholas Backstrom 3-2 exacta scores with Hat Trick Jack. Trifecta paid $13.90. 10-cent super, $15.77. The Randy Gratishar 5-3 double, $122.10. The Backstrom exacta paid $13.60. We're back on a firm turf course for race number 3. There are no scratches or jockey changes in our third race. Stand by for a special presentation on the charitable side of things here at Canterbury in a few moments from the winner's circle. Into the winner's circle, after a victorious debut, is number 3, Hat Trick Jack. Hat Trick Jack is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Firing Line out of Royal Class. Foaled in Minnesota by the owner, Eric Berg. The winning trainer is Mr. Troy Bethke. And the winning jockey, Salt of the Earth, Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Hat Trick Jack. Stand by for that presentation. Fans, this summer, Anheuser-Busch and its wholesale partners like College City Beverages are once again joining forces with Folds of Honor to provide life-changing scholarships to the spouses and children of fallen or disabled U.S. service members and first responders. With a century-long commitment to supporting the military and honoring those who serve our country, Anheuser-Busch is proud to continue its support of Folds of Honor as the organization's longest-standing partner. Over the last 13 years, Anheuser-Busch, its brands, and wholesaler partners have donated $21.7 million, which has contributed to the Folds of Honor's delivery of 44,000 scholarships since the nonprofit's founding. Joining us from Folds of Honor, Minnesota today is Regional Development Officer Anthony Raiola to accept the check on behalf of Anheuser-Busch, College City Beverage, and Canterbury Park. This money will directly impact families right here in Minnesota who have served our great nation. Presenting the check to Folds of Honor for $5,000 is the Sawyer and Chell families from College City Beverage. Also presenting a check for $5,000 to Folds of Honor is Canterbury Park President and CEO Randy Sampson. Thank you for this great charitable endeavor. We are proud to be a part of anything that Folds of Honor is involved with. Well done, everybody. Budweiser Clydesdale also a part of this special night. And they're off. The youngsters came out smartly inside Mach 2, showing Mach speed going right to the lead. Ben's Lake Thunder chasing that one from in between horses. Hat Trick Jack wants to run now. He got off a little slow, but now he's engaged. Then it's Riding Solo, outside Supreme Leader, and Commissioner Oscar can see them all. A sharp move by Hat Trick Jack, scraping the paint to the inside, trying to put pressure on Mach 2 and the hot jock, and Roman senses the warning and reopens with Mach 2 to a 2-length lead. Hat Trick Jack is trying to cling to that one. Then it's Ben's Lake Thunder, Supreme Leader on the outside, Riding Solo, and Commissioner Oscar's going to have to make up 9 lengths as they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and Mach 2 and Roman trying to hold off Hat Trick Jack, who's looming. Hat Trick Jack trying to come and get Mach 2. We're down to these two, and Hat Trick Jack and Mach 2 are going to hit the wire. Hat Trick Jack shoots and scores.
Very exciting finish to the first of our 2 juvenile races tonight. Now the next one's coming up in the 4th, but for now we have a heck of an event on the turf. This is a 5-furlong turf sprint. It's the closest thing we could get to a stake without calling it one. Some very classy individuals here in the 3rd. This is technically, though, an optional claimer, and on the inside is the streaking Bodenheimer, looking to run his record to 4 for 5, going 5 furlongs on this turf course. Bodenheimer comes off 2 very impressive wins, 2 very different conditions of the course. The first time, it was a little mushy, it was good, and then the second time around, dropped by 5 on that firm turf course. He beat his stablemate Ship It Red at odds on that day, and Bodenheimer did both of those in wire-to-wire fashion. He is very quick out of the gate. The 2 to his right, or actually 3 out of the 4 to his right are very quick out of the gate, I should say. Plain Talk and Dr. Oscar both could give him a tussle on the front end, but Bodenheimer has proven that he can duel and carry on and put others away on the front end. Lots of things to like, except for maybe the rail draw. Wouldn't let that deter me on a horse that's this sharp right now on this course. You get 2 to 1 on Bodenheimer, but I'd say that's about the best you're going to do. Dr. Oscar right next door just put up a 105. Yes, that jumps right off the page, doesn't it? He too went wire to wire very impressively on the main track, going 6.5. That was on July 3rd as well. Very different races, but very similar results, and Dr. Oscar will try the turf for the first time. Hard to imagine that this horse, for all the good things that he's done, hasn't tried the turf, but they essentially get a free run over it, and Dr. Oscar still has more targets, I'm sure, later in the season, and right now you get 3 to 2 on Dr. Oscar. That was the question. I mean, I can walk right up to him, and I can ask him if he's going to like the turf. He's not going to utter a word, so we'll find out, but we'll have to wait about 11 minutes to see what kind of affinity this talented runner does have for the grass. Ship It Red is the aforementioned stablemate of the inside runner Bodenheimer, and Ship It Red has done very well for himself over this course too, with a very different tactic. Usually this horse comes from pretty far off the pace, but he wasn't that far last time. He was second behind Bodenheimer, but he was only a couple lengths off early. Stayed in a bit closer, and that seemed to work well for him. You get 11 to 1 on one of the Villain trainees, you get 2 to 1 on the other one. Both very talented turf horses, but Bodenheimer is just so sharp right now. I put Ship It Red underneath him, but definitely didn't discredit what he's done on this turf. Same thing goes for Plain Talk, very fleet of foot, and lands to the outside of Bodenheimer and Dr. Oscar, and that sure won't hurt. You get 9 to 5 on Plain Talk, and Plain Talk is just going to make his second start of the year, too. Some freshness in the corner of this big gray, and the Son of Conveyance is very much specialized at doing what he's doing today. Tap to the max to the outside will get a pace challenge, too. This horse typically likes to show speed. He's done it mostly on the dirt, though. The last time that he tried going short on the turf, he was at Turf Paradise in 2021. He won that race, but he hasn't raced very much since that time. He's a touch warm down here in the paddock, too, and Tap to the Max is going to have to go right from the start to keep up with some speedy ones to his inside. If everything goes hot and heavy up front, Deflator will be a happy man. Deflator likes to come from just off the pace, and Deflator is going to go to the turf for just the second time in his life. They tried last August to get him on it. He won that off the turf event and beat Ship It Red in the process, but they're on the grass today, and that is the question at 24 to 1. The field for a very loaded 3rd race will take off in about 10 minutes, and they head to the track now. Win, place, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, pick 3s, and the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. All available for your wagering pleasure. And now you have 9 minutes if you want to put together those tickets. Kevin's waiting in the wings up in the studio to take you through the sequence next.
And the horses are on the track. for tonight's third race. Very quality field here, sprinting on the turf. Win, play, show. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3. And the big news here in race 3 is it starts the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. The pick 5, a wonderful wagering opportunity, pays hundreds, sometimes thousands. The pick 5 at Canterbury starts in 7 minutes with a real humdinger on the grass. Stay tuned. Hello, fans. Kevin Gorg with you up here in the press box. We get set for the power play of the night. We're going to try for a price horse in race 7, number 3, Public Opinion. And you're going to look at the past performances, and last time out, we didn't do much running. You can see this, 7th here at the start, finished as 6th, beaten nearly 10 lengths, but that was off a layoff, and that was against $20,000 claimers. Now we're going to cut that tag in half. We're going to get a workout under our belts, and we're going to go back to the last time this horse faced something similar on this turf course. It was last September right here at Canterbury. Now, the horse makes a huge move, gets beat by less than a length, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Look where this horse is around the far turn with a wall of horse flesh in front. And I'm going to tell you, this is impressive. This showed me that this horse has some real upside on the turf. Let's watch this trip. Watch the red hat back there. Nowhere to go. We're going to try to go inside. We get shut. We're going to go outside. We get shut off there. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. Let's go back outside. Heck, let's just throw in the towel. Let's get all the way to the outside. This horse almost makes up 5 lengths in the final 50 yards. Gets beat less than a length. There's talent there. Didn't show it last time out against better competition. The class drop is the key today. We're going to get 6, 7, maybe 8 to 1. Race 7, number 3, Public Opinion for the power play. And now we're going to sail right into the power play. And we're going to try to take a bit of a stand here in the first leg of this wager. We're going to single the 4 horse here, Plain Talk. Then we're going to spread in the 2-year-old race with 2, 4, and 6. Then we'll come back with 4, 8, and 9 in a very tough race 5. Race 6, we're going to use 3 and 6. I think the 3 is going to be real tough to beat. It's going to come down to that power play race. We're going to use 3, 4, and 5. I think the 3 will be a big price. If that horse doesn't get it done, I think the 4 and 5 offer some good value as upset potential in a wide open race. 4 singled with 2, 4, 6, with 4, 8, 9, with 3, 6, with 3, 4, 5. Just a $27 investment. Now, if you don't think Plain Talk can carry the mail here, you can add Angie's Bodenheimer, and the ticket goes to $54, and I think you've got the race covered with the 2 best turf horses. Who knows what's going to happen with that Minnesota-bred Dr. Oscar, but it's going to be a great race. You don't want to get shut out. The pick 5 starts in 4 minutes.
As we talked about before the race, this is as classy as you get without calling it a stake. And I don't have the best vantage point to watch them warm up, but in the paddock they acted like the professionals that they are, that being Bodenheimer, Dr. Oscar, and of course Plain Talk. Now each of them have shown their stuff on our turf course, that being Plain Talk and Bodenheimer. Both of them have held records on this turf course at one point. Dr. Oscar's never tried it, so we're looking for him to at least emulate what he was on the track last time, Kevin, and you have the best view of them all up there. What do you see from these three pros?
Well, Dr. Oscar looks phenomenal. He is on the muscle, and that 105 buyer figure last time was legit. After a conversation with Pete Madsen last weekend, the owner, there's plans. If things go well here the rest of the summer at Canterbury, they might show up at Glitzy Keeneland for a sprint stake down there this fall. It's the wild card. The X factor in this race is what he'll do on the grass. Now, watching these horses warm up here from Paul Allen's perch, the one Bodenheimer, so sharp right now. I chatted with Lindy Wade back on July the 3rd, right after that race. He said the horse broke so quickly out of the gate, nearly knocked him out of the stirrups. The horse could not be doing any better, according to the jockey. And then Plain Talk, the gray, warming up brilliantly. Really fun race here, Angela. I'm really excited to see how the pace separates it. If these three on the inside all hook up and they are the three best horses, maybe Ship It Red can get off the pace and come pounce.
Yeah. I think that Ship It Red could be in a perfect spot, and I think that Ship It Red landing where he did in the gate is going to have to wait for maybe a hole to materialize, but that could happen. And even though he's got some very good ones to run down, he himself has done excellent work on this turf course in the past, and I'll be interested to see how it all shakes out, Kevin.
Thank you, Angela. These are the kind of races that we all in the press box here get so excited to see play out. Some of the top sprinters at the track, Dr. Oscar, the king of the dirt, Bodenheimer and Plain Talk, just awesome horses on the grass. And Ship It Red at the back class could be charging late. Hunker down, folks. This is going to be a good one. Turf sprint time here at Canterbury to crank up the pick five. And the last in line is Kelsey Haar and Deflator there in the gate. And they're off. Plain Talk, the gray, shoots out of that starting gate. So does Bodenheimer. And as expected, these two hook up right off the hop. On the outside is Tap to the Max. Dr. Oscar going to wait his turn and sit off the pace on the turf here. Then Ship It Red, who's 6 behind, and Deflator would have to make up 7 lengths. And Bodenheimer where he wants to be with Lindy Wade dictating terms, and they fly into that far turn. Bodenheimer leads it by a half. Plain Talk and Roman cling to that one. Dr. Oscar catches the eye. He's closing in coyly. Tap to the Max is being shoved on. And then we come back to Ship It Red and Deflator. Bodenheimer held together nicely. Bodenheimer looking good on the lead as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. Plain Talk trying to cling to him, but Bodenheimer's still there. Ship It Red to the inside. Dr. Oscar, one last charge. Bodenheimer there. Ship It Red coming. On the outside is Dr. Oscar. Bodenheimer, 3 in a row. Track record here at 5 furlongs on the turf is 54.77. Finishing time, a snappy 55.45. The race lived up to the hype, as did the betting favorite. Bodenheimer off at even money and holds off the long shot Ship It Red, who was charging up the rail. 1-3 up on the board. Photo for the show. Hold them all. That photo sign is down. Trifecta filled out by Plain Talk. 1-3 4-2. Back-to-back wins for jockey Lindy Wade. 3 consecutive wins sprinting on the turf for the ultra-classy Bodenheimer. Excellent training job by her conditioner, Valerie Lund. Soon to be official, but hold them all until then. $4.20 for your win ticket on Bodenheimer. The Billy Smith double 3-1 paid $13.90. The Dan Marino 1-3 exacta for $1 paid $13. That trifecta $13.65. 10-cent super $4.24. On deck, race number 4. We're back on a fast main track. A jockey change on the 5 in the 4th race put Kylie Jordan on Expound. Bodenheimer now 4 for 5 on the Canterbury turf. In just career start number 20, has pushed the career earnings over $250,000. And now Bodenheimer getting a little shower, cooling off after that impressive effort tonight. Some of the fastest horses on the grounds, and Bodenheimer stays undefeated this summer. A large group on hand to celebrate the victory of number 1 Bodenheimer. Bodenheimer is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Attaboy Roy out of beautiful Danielle. Foaled in the state of Washington by Larry Romaine. The winning owners are Kristen Boyce and Mary Lou Holden. The winning trainer, Miss Valerie Lund. And the winning jockey today, second one on the card, Salt of the Earth, Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the victorious connections of the classy Bodenheimer. 21 now, 21 minutes to race 4. And they're off. Plain Talk, the gray, shoots out of that starting gate. So does Bodenheimer. And as expected, these two hook up right off the hop. On the outside is Tap to the Max. Dr. Oscar going to wait his turn and sit off the pace on the turf here. Then Ship It Red, who's 6 behind, and Deflator would have to make up 7 lengths. And Bodenheimer where he wants to be with Lindy Wade dictating terms, and they fly into that far turn. Bodenheimer leads it by a half. Plain Talk and Roman cling to that one. Dr. Oscar catches the eye. He's closing in coyly. Tap to the Max is being shoved on. And then we come back to Ship It Red and Deflator. Bodenheimer held together nicely. Bodenheimer looking good on the lead as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. Plain Talk trying to cling to him, but Bodenheimer still there. Ship It Red to the inside. Dr. Oscar, one last charge. Bodenheimer there. Ship It Red coming. On the outside is Dr. Oscar. Bodenheimer 3 in a row.
Bodenheimer keeps right on rolling on the turf, keeping up that rapid pace to 3 in a row. Congratulations to him and to Valerie Lund and her team. Not easy to get the victory over the ones that he did, but he comes home in front again. And now we'll close out the post time pick 4 with the 4th. This is that second batch of juveniles, and in this one we have 7 going to post. Wanted to get a good look at him back there to see how many were wearing blinkers for their debut and whatnot, and didn't see a whole bunch of sets of them back there. It's kind of surprising. 220 Swift has the rail running today. 2 Gateworks and a little maintenance half mile to get him ready for the races. This one will get Sophia Barandella for his first start. Incognito Bandito is just putting out his first starters. 0 for 4 thus far in the first time starter category, and Mocha Trist has not put out a first time winner yet. But 220 Swift also drew the rail. Some things that I just didn't care for in this first start, but he is taking a touch of money. He's 7-1 at the moment, and 220 Swift looks to sweep the juvenile races for the Bethke camp. Stagger next door is from Cody Rosine's barn, and Stagger is the son of Stroll. He's 13% first time around with his 2-year-olds. CC with Water hasn't turned out a first time winner yet. She's 0 for 5 on that slate, but one did run third, and there is a quick 3/8 move on this one's tab, as well as a good half mile out of the gate on July 9th, and you get 6-1. Daler Barrios Lopez is going to be on the saddle on him. He and Cody Rosine have made a good team, and Stagger is one of those that does have some headgear for start number 1. Looks like they've got some speed on the mind with him. Josh's Drama right next door, you would think, would do the same sort of thing. He's by Sky Kingdom, who's 10% first time around. And David Van Winkle is 2 for 20 with his 2-year-old first-time starters, but had a very impressive filly on Speed Dial, who has been, you would think, working with Josh's Drama. Their pattern lines up pretty well, and this one's the first foal out of Ms. Elegance. And right now you get 5-1 on Josh's Drama. Wouldn't expect that to stick, though. This one has a lot of things that I like about him, and I wish I could use him in there, but this is just a live group of horses. I wish I could. Right next door is a gelding. That is one of the changes. Yes, unfortunately for him, he is a gelding. I wish I could. Has a lot of works leading into this, and his 3/8 were very quick as well. I wish I could gets Lindy Wade, and he looks to sweep the 2-year-old races. This is your 5-2 second choice at the moment. Definitely some eyes looking this way, and I Wish I Could is another one that makes a good impression down here. Some height on I Wish I Could. Expound is going to be ridden by Kylie Jordan. He's a half to Sharpened by Outwork, who's 14% first time around. Sharpened came up here and ran okay in some 2-year-old races, but really didn't make many lasting impressions. This one comes from the Lane Johnson camp, and Expound has been getting ready down in Iowa for his state-bred debut. Out of the Dark is the horse that I really like on the card today. He's 2-1 at the moment, and Out of the Dark looked to be on a similar pattern of works as a horse named General Battle Axe, who debuted from this camp earlier in the year and had the misfortune of running into a very fast horse named What Do You Think, Mark. Out of the Dark was keeping pace with that one. Comes from the family of Garden Gloves, and we've talked a lot about those lately, as they are just runners, and lots of them Minnesota bred. It's interesting that an older sibling named Summer All Year is going to run later on the card. Out of the Dark hopefully will pick up at least one win for the family. They have a shot at 2 today, and he looks very composed. Some of the others in here, not in that camp, but Out of the Dark looks very good for start number 1. Momo Town is experienced, and this speedy one on the outside has been showing some energy throughout the walking ring proceedings. Erica Murray is aboard him. Now Lindy Wade rode this one last time. It was a 4th place finish behind What Do You Think, Mark? But if you took him out of the mix, this one wasn't too far behind and was chasing on the outside the whole time. Could get a similar sort of trip today, but at least you get 7-1 for a horse that has experience against a whole lot of first-time starters. This 4th race is the start of the 50-cent late pick 4. You can do doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers if you want. You have a lot of options to choose from on the wagering menu. 7 2-year-olds from which to pick. And right now your slight 5-2 favorite is Out of the Dark for the 4th. They go 4.5 furlongs in 8 minutes. They're track bound right now.
Here come the horses onto the track for tonight's fourth race at 4.5 furlongs. Make the jockey on number 5, Kylie Jordan. Win, play, show, exacta trifecta, 10-cent super, a $1 double, and a 50-cent pick 4 with races 4, 5, 6, and 7 at the gate in 7 minutes.
Hello, we're back in the winner's circle, and actually, the action is going on just outside.
Fans, make plans to be here this Saturday, July the 22nd, for our Leg Up fundraising night at the races. You can support injured jockeys, retired horses, and all others in racing that need our help. We'll have a dunk tank. We'll have jockey autographs, a bouncy ball race on the track with the jockeys. But the bottom line is it's a huge night to raise money for the men and women that race for our entertainment pleasure. It is Leg Up Night this Saturday here at Canterbury. First post is 5 p.m. As always, head to CanterburyPark.com for all the details. We get set now for this Pick 4 with the final 4 Thoroughbred races on the card. Also got 2 quarter horse dashes on the back end. And if you're planning on making a Pick 5 wager, that will start next race in our 5th and include those final 2 sprints with the cues. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 4. Similar to race number 2, we've got babies where one horse has a start. That's the 7, Momo Town. Everybody else, 1 through 6, is making their racing debut. You see Pete Matson's Familiar Silks on Josh's Drama. Josh a little rambunctious with Chad Lindsay behind the gate. Matson also part owner of the 6, who's favored Out of the Dark with the Q moving in. They're going to try to load Josh's Drama without jockey Chad Lindsay. Gate crew once again, excellent work with these youngsters who are learning as they go. Got that 3 horse in. Lindsay going to join. Now the 6 has reared. And Quinones is off the 6, so they'll load that 6. Sans Alonso. And the only horse with racing experience is back behind the gate, waiting his turn. That's Momo Town. As Troy Bethke looks to win another 2-year-old race here. He won earlier. He's got the bookenders here. Here comes Momo. Minnesota bred babies set to battle. There in the gate. And they're off. Momo Town broke sharply on the outside, joined in kind by I Wish I Could. Out of the Dark is right there in 3rd. Through from the inside comes Stagger, and the last horse away is 220 Swift. Momo Town with a keen turn of speed. Opens up 3 on I Wish I Could. Stagger trying to overcome that name in 3rd, tracking from 4 behind. Then we come to Expound. Behind that one is the favorite, Out of the Dark, who's got 7 to make up. The others are far, far behind. And Erica Murray and Momo Town turn them to the top of the Canterbury stretch. But here's I Wish I Could. And Lindy Wade, the hot jock looking for 3 wins on the card, goes right on by. I Wish I Could, indeed can. I Wish I Could. A good-looking debut. The favorite charging from nowhere to get 2nd, but I Wish I Could. Way too good tonight. Finishing time, 54.12. 54.12. The exact is up on the board, 4/6 with a photo to decide the rest of the exotics. Photo sign is down. Third place goes to the 7. 4/6/72. Soon to be official, but hold them all. 3 consecutive wins for jockey Lindy Wade. Wins both the 2-year-old races. One for Troy Bethke, this one for Mikey Beeler, Hall of Fame trainer here at Canterbury. Off as one of the contenders at 7-2, but once again, we've seen some value here in the pick 4, which is settled right here. Going to be a very good value for the ticket holders that had all 4 winners here, which started with a bomb in the first at 19-1. $9.60 for your win ticket on I Wish I Could. The trifecta paid $29.05. Super paid $16.09. The double, Jewel Erickson Eck, 1-4, paid $11.10. Into the winner's circle goes the official winner of our 4th race. He is number 4. He is I Wish I Could. I Wish I Could is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Cinco Charlie out of Divine Sanction, foaled in Minnesota by the owners, B&D Thoroughbreds. The winning trainer is Mike Beeler, and the winning pilot with 3 consecutive victories, salt of the earth, Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the victorious connections of I Wish I Could. The Jared Spurgeon, 4/6 exact, $11.70. That pick 4, folks, 5-3-1-4, $1,702.75. The pick 4 pays over $1,700 for your 50-cent bet. And we start a pick 5 in race 5 when we're back on that firm turf course. We scratch number 1 in the 5th race of Good Report. Pick 5 time at Canterbury in 22 minutes. And they're off. Momo Town broke sharply on the outside, joined in kind by I Wish I Could. Out of the dark is right there in 3rd. Through from the inside comes Stagger, and the last horse away is 220 Swift. Mo Town with a keen turn of speed opens up 3 on I Wish I Could. Stagger trying to overcome that name in 3rd, tracking from 4 behind. Then we come to Expound. Behind that one is the favorite, Out of the Dark, who's got 7 to make up. The others are far behind. And Erica Murray and Momo Town turn them to the top of the Canterbury stretch. But here's I Wish I Could, and Lindy Wade, the hot jock looking for 3 wins on the card, goes right on by. I wish I could. Indeed can. I wish I could. A good-looking debut. The favorite charging from nowhere to get second, but I wish I could. Way too good tonight. And here's Fast to Fortune. Fast to Fortune takes the lead into the final furlong. Fast to Fortune by 3. Gypsy Reward on the outside. Full Moon is right there. The favorite looking so lucky is defeated. Final football field. Fast to Fortune leading. Gypsy Reward is lunging. Here comes the wire. Gypsy Reward got there. Oscar's going to have to make up 9 lengths as they charge down that Canterbury stretch in Mach 2. And Roman trying to hold off Hat Trick Jack, who's looming. Hat Trick Jack trying to come and get Mach 2. We're down to these two, and Hat Trick Jack and Mach 2 are going to hit the wire. Hat Trick Jack shoots and scores. Bodenheimer looking good on the lead as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. Plain Talk trying to cling to him, but Bodenheimer's still there. Ship It Red to the inside. Dr. Oscar, one last charge. Bodenheimer there. Ship It Red coming. On the outside is Dr. Oscar. Bodenheimer, 3 in a row. Could, and Lindy Wade, the hot jock looking for 3 wins on the card, goes right on by. I wish I could, indeed can. I wish I could. A good-looking debut. The favorite charging from nowhere to get second, but I wish I could. Way too good tonight.
I've wrangled track announcer Kevin Gorg in the studio with me to talk Pick 5 as another one starts here in the 5th, and it'll incorporate quarter horses and thoroughbreds. But after what we've seen thus far, we've had 2-year-olds, we've had stakes caliber horses, we've had a post-time Pick 4, and now we still have 5 races to go. Your thoughts as a track announcer?
Well, I've been really excited about the way the racing has unfolded. We saw the big upset in race 1. I love when the Pick 4 pays $1,700 for a 50-cent bet. That's kind of what really gets our juices going up here.
Right.
None of us hit it, but we're excited that somebody won that kind of money on such a small bet. And the racing's been very compelling. You talked about that turf sprint. You were out there on the turf course watching those great horses battle, and Bodenheimer stayed sharp. And then the 2-year-olds are kind of the future, Minnesota breds, and some nice ones. One for Troy Bethke, the most recent one for Mike Beeler. And now, this Pick 5 is I like it because there are some prices available early, and I do think there's a standalone horse in the last. I believe it's the 2. I thought there were 2 horses that can win that last quarter horse race. One of those horses scratched. So I think the 2 is a single on the back end of this bad boy. Yeah. And I think this race and a race that comes up in race 7 are very spreadable.
That's fair. And that second race of the quarter horse races that Kevin mentioned did have a crucial scratch. She was a single to me, and so I had to go too deep in there when I originally did not plan to. But we start in the 5th. Let's get back to this turf race at a mile. It's optional claimers. Scratch the 1 of Good Report. I didn't think that changed much from a pace standpoint, but as far as how the total result goes, Of Good Report was in the mix for me. He's been nibbling at pieces. He's been getting close, but as far as all of my plays, he didn't affect too many of them. I know that you really like Tuco Bay. Tuco Bay really likes this course, but what do you like about today's particular setup?
I can tell you I don't like the post, and he'll have to be awfully good to win from out there. It's just really hard for me to not pick him because he loves this turf course and because his trainer Gary Shear is going so well right now. The scratch helps him just a little bit because he's a stalker that can sit mid-pack, but he's going to have to work his way over to the rail. So this really puts, I think, the onus on the jockey, Erica Murray, to figure out a way to get somewhere inside to save ground, because on the turf you've got to figure out how to get this horse from maybe the 3 or 4 or 5 path when they run by the judges back down towards the rail when they get up the backside. If she can do that and get Tuco Bay in a good position, he's sharp right now, and I think he's sitting on a win. Is there enough pace? We'll see. I didn't see a ton of pace in this race, but I think Tuco can make his own trip.
I saw a decent amount with Kids Inheritance, Mountain Pine, and Devoted to You all drawn next to each other towards the inside of the gate. The scratch of Good Report only makes it more enticing, I think, for Kids Inheritance to really push the gas out of the gate. I mean, he probably would have anyway, but especially now that he has the rail. Mountain Pine is another one of these horses that loves this turf course, and you actually find that a lot throughout this group. Kids Inheritance, 2 of his 4 wins. Mountain Pine, 3 of his 4 wins. Devoted to You, 1 of his 4. And, I mean, you get to Ben's Malice, 2 of his 3. They all really like it here, but I thought the Mountain Pine with his versatility and Devoted to You stood the best chance from their respective posts to take advantage of it and pull a mild upset. And right now, they're 7-1 and 5-1. Okay, I say that with genuine surprise in my voice, but the board is pretty reflective of how contentious a group this is. Now, if you're looking for a horse to take them wire to wire, I guess of those 3 that I just mentioned who are lined up towards the inside, I lean towards Devoted to You. He was my pick in this race, and I think that he's in a very good spot to maybe not go all the way, but maybe sit in second off of Mountain Pine or Kids Inheritance. But which one of those 3 would you pick, if you could, to take them gate to wire?
Yeah, I think Devoted to You probably has the versatility where this horse can either go to the lead or sit off it. Mountain Pine is so fast, and I think Mountain Pine's likely going to dictate terms. It's going to really come down to the trip, and I think if Devoted to You can avoid going eyeball to eyeball for 4 or 5 furlongs, that'd be good. Jay Litza, our esteemed handicapper in the Star Tribune, just tabbed that first-time starter last race. He's on the big closer. He's on Ben's Malice, and I think that's an intriguing horse. We're looking at that horse on the screen right now. Big, leggy thing. We know he's got some class to him. We know he's got some kick. The question I have for you is, right off the block, right off the layoff, can he fire a bullet here and come charging down the stretch to get the money?
Well, he did fire very well off a short layoff last year when he came up from Tampa, and he did pull off a win by a neck when he stayed very wide on the course, and I'm sure he'll get a wide trip today. That's just what he does. He's Big Ben. But he's been off since December this time. He was only off since March that time, and he's coming into this meet much differently than he did the last one. And as you mentioned, with his size, Ben's Malice is a horse that I like to play a little bit further down the road in the season. There's only so much they can put into him in the morning. I like him after a couple of races to really get into peak condition. 9 minutes until race number 5. This does start the pick 5. That is a 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. You can do dollar pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. Please remember to scratch the 1 of Good Report. 8 remain, and the outside horse, Tuco Bay, is your 5-2 favorite. Lynn Dykert will bring him on the track shortly, and they'll be turf bound in 9.
And the horses are onto the track for our 5th race on a firm turf course. Scratch number 1 here in the 5th. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 with races 5, 6, and 7, and the late pick 5. The pick 5 includes 3 thoroughbred and 2 quarter horse races. That pick 5 starts in 7 minutes.
We've got another 5 races coming up, but I got a horse that I like at a price a little bit later on. That's in race number 6 today. Oh, make that race number 8. That's my mistake. Put that in wrong, clerical error. But that's race number 8, Sassafras T. Sassafras T is one of 3 from her barn. Vic Hansen has 3 horses in race number 8 today, and they're in the middle of the gate. There's going to be a couple of horses that take money in here from the Jason Olmsted camp off a couple of good races at Remington Park and Prairie Meadows. She's 8-1 morning line. We expect the 4 horse to take quite a bit of money, and Sir Walter Stoley has raced against the rail horse once before. That aside, we're going to look more at Sassafras T because of the record that she's amassed for herself in her first 3 starts at Remington. Now, her debut, she was off pretty slow. She finished 7th that day. She wasn't beaten that far, but she took on a tough group in her next race. That's what these 2 horses in italics are. They've both come back to win since that time, and she was 5th, only a length and a half behind, so 60 it hurts. Cartel's Eagle came up here and broke her maiden. Now, this filly is going to run for the first time at Canterbury. It's not race 6, it's race 8. It's Sassafras T. She's a price for your late plays. We're going to talk pick 4 in a little bit.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for that late pick 5. Starts with a very large field here on the turf. Tuco Bay taking the late action. Was 5-2 just a few moments ago. Now 3-2 and favored. Ben's Malice, second choice at 3-1. A couple of Minnesota breds. 4 of the 8 that will battle here, bred in Minnesota. Devoted to You, one of those min breds, moving in with Carlo Lopez. Next will be Bob's All In with the Bug Boy. Almost set for a start. The last horse in line will be Tuco Bay. Miss Murray and Tuco Bay moving in. Good luck with your pick 5s. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ben's Malice, per usual, off a little slow. In between horses, Devoted to You shows speed. So does Mountain Pine. Spirit of Spoti is right there to track those leaders. Kid's Inheritance looking for a good spot on the inside. Then we come back to Mongolian Bee. Behind that one is Bob's All In. Tuco Bay second last. And as usual, Ben's Malice will have to do his best work later in the race. 12 lengths from front to back as they bend around that turn and head up the backside. And Mountain Pine looking to win back-to-back races at long shot odds. Leads comfortably here by a length and a half. Devoted to You, content to track that one from second. Kid's Inheritance has to make up 4 lengths there from the inside. Then it's Spirit of Spoti. After that, we come back to Mongolian Bee, the favorite, now going for a run. Tuco Bay shading, Bob's All In. They've closed within 6 lengths of those leaders. And Ben's Malice has crept within 8 lengths. They went 46 and 1 to the half mile. And Mountain Pine out there winging it on the front end where he wants to be. Devoted to You now starting to up the ante and cuts that lead to a neck. Kid's Inheritance tracking from third. All In for Spirit of Spoti. Tuco Bay still wide and looking to close in from 5 behind, and Ben's Malice catches the eye. Ben's Malice is starting to unwind. Top of the stretch, and Mountain Pine is still there. Mountain Pine from Kid's Inheritance in between Devoted to You. On the outside, Ben's Malice picking up momentum into the final furlong. The long shot Mountain Pine, Ben's Malice surging on the outside. Ben's Malice from last to first. Boom. $134.59 up on the board. Ben's Malice unofficially victorious over Tuco Bay, 8-9, with a photo for the Try and Super Hold 'em All. Third place goes to the 6, Spirit of Spoti, at 50-1. Fourth goes to Mountain Pine at 8-1. Logical horses at the top. Big prices at the bottom end of this Try and Super. $7.40 for the win ticket on Big Ben's Malice. The double paid $25.50. The pick 3 paid $52.10. The Alexander Mogilny 8-9 exacta paid $8.90. How about the trifecta for 50 cents? $401.30. 10-cent super, $142.77. Once again, value all over this card here at Canterbury with that early pick 4 already paid over $1,700. And some value in the exotics here in the 5th. On deck, we have the 6th race on a fast main track here with the scratch of the 7 in race 6 as you plan ahead. Ben's Malice, last seen in early December down in Tampa. Third win in his career on this turf course. Looked impressive getting the victory tonight against a very stout field. Here he comes into the winner's circle. It is number 8, Ben's Malice. Ben's Malice is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Palace Malice out of Miss Molly by Golly. Folded Minnesota by the owner, Mr. Pete Matson. The winning trainer, Canterbury Park Hall of Famer David Van Winkle. And the winning pilot tonight, Alonzo Quinones. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Ben's Malice. 21 minutes to race 6. And they're off. Ben's Malice, per usual, off a little slow. In between horses, Devoted to You shows speed. So does Mountain Pine. Spirit of Spotey is right there to track those leaders. Kids Inheritance looking for a good spot on the inside. Then we come back to Mongolian Bee. Behind that one is Bob's All In. Tuco Bay second last. And as usual, Ben's Malice will have to do his best work later in the race. 12 lengths from front to back as they bend around that turn and head up the backside. And Mountain Pine looking to win back-to-back races at long shot odds. Leads comfortably here by a length and a half. Devoted to You, content to track that one from second. Kids Inheritance has to make up 4 lengths there from the inside. Then it's Spirit of Spotey. After that, we come back to Mongolian Bee, the favorite, now going for a run. Tuco Bay shading, Bob's All In. They've closed within 6 lengths of those leaders. And Ben's Malice has crept within 8 lengths. They went 46 and 1 to the half mile, and Mountain Pine out there winging it on the front end where he wants to be. Devoted to You now starting to up the ante and cuts that lead to a neck. Kids Inheritance tracking from third, All In for Spirit of Spotey. Tuco Bay still wide and looking to close in from 5 behind, and Ben's Malice catches the eye. Ben's Malice is starting to unwind. Top of the stretch, and Mountain Pine is still there. Mountain Pine from Kids Inheritance in between Devoted to You. On the outside, Ben's Malice picking up momentum into the final furlong. The long shot, Mountain Pine, Ben's Malice surging on the outside. Ben's Malice from last to first. Boom.
Yeah, welcome back to the paddock race number 6. Jeff Benet joined by Jay Litza. He's your handicapper in the Minneapolis Star Tribune, and he's on fire right now. 3 in a row, Jay.
Yeah, getting lucky. I wish I would have had the pick 3. I played the pick 5, so I'm 3 for 3 with a single here. But yeah, it's been a good night so far.
We'll get to that single later, but how about Ben's Malice mowing him down? He showed so much talent as a 2-year-old, ran big in the Canterbury Derby, and then kind of fizzled out, maybe back on his game.
Yeah, I'm hoping so because the horse had tons of talent last year. I don't know if it was some physical or just, horses are finicky, but hopefully we have the real Ben's Malice back because that horse does show, a lot of talent last year.
Absolutely. We love those big fields on the grass as well. Now, this 6th race here is 6 furlongs. It's on the main track. We scratched the 7 win over Wyatt. The 1 is Casey's Law, owned by Extreme Racing Stables. Nate Quinones, the trainer. The 6 furlong distance, I think over 70% of the races have been won by horses that are right up on the pace. I think Casey's Law can be, at least, if not on the lead, right with the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, Casey's Law is very dangerous. I mean, anything that Extreme Racing puts out lately has been good. And it's coming out of that Curie race with 1 in Vermilion, later going down to Iowa and beating a good field down there, only to be DQ'd. And then Xavier Day's come back and won twice since that race. So that was obviously a key race, has speed, so very dangerous on the rail.
Absolutely, and that horse right now is 5-1. The 2 is Rockin' the Dad Bod, Wade Rarick, the trainer for the Mets, and been racing in Iowa. Did get a win there in a nice $44,000 Iowa bred allowance race. Now in Minnesota. This is not a real speedy horse. I think probably sits off the pace and maybe tries to catch him.
Right. And that win was against Iowa breds down there, so might be moving up a class a little bit too, but does have, like you said, stalking speed.
You're single to the 3, C to Success. I think everybody in the world that I've talked to likes that horse. I've got it on top 2. What's the deal?
The deal is, again, I think it has some speed in the past. And the thing that I'm keen on is that 3 out of its last 4 races have been an off track. And this horse does not like an off track. He's 0 for 3. He's 5 for 15 on a fast track. So I'm hoping that the move off in prep after the last race, and this horse will be ready to go today.
On the board right now at even money. That is not a surprise. And favorites, well, they win a lot here at Canterbury Park. The 4 is Warrior Boss. Joel Burnt's the trainer. We know him. And he's a heck of a trainer. He wins a lot of races. Bridge Mahan is aboard here on Warrior Boss. I think you're going to get a price 6-1 right now.
Yep, Burnt's always dangerous. This horse has 6 wins at Canterbury, so I don't think you can throw it off. Third off the layoff.
And when its last win sprinting, it was coming from well off the pace. The 5 is Storm in Hong Kong, 6-1 as well. Quinones rides for Kevin Danger. Form questionable right now.
Yeah, form's questionable, and again, the style of this horse just doesn't fit Canterbury. Canterbury favors speed. We'll have to see a pace collapse for this horse to maybe pick him up late.
Pete Matson owns the 6, Astronaut Oscar. Dave Van Winkle, the trainer, looking to go back-to-back. This horse has speed.
Does have speed, and these connections are very formidable. Pete Matson has been putting out winners, had the winner in the last race, so you cannot discount this horse.
And I don't think Astronaut Oscar gets loose from Casey's Law. We're going to have quite a battle up front. C to Success will be sitting right there as well. We wish you the best of luck here. You can get this single home. You're deep in the next leg. This thing could pay a lot of money with that 10% takeout. Don't forget, folks, Saturday is leg up day, and if you'd like to buy a raffle ticket for a chance to win a scooter, they're on sale right now for $20 just inside the main doors from the paddock here. Support Leg Up Fun. Come out to the race this Saturday.
Race 6's field is now on track with 7 minutes to post. Scratch number 7, Win Over Wyatt. Your 6-5 favorite in the 6th is number 3, C to Success. If you weren't able to join us for the first Breakfast on the Rail, remember our second one is coming up on Saturday, August 12th. You can enjoy a trackside breakfast from 7 to 10 a.m. and take in morning training as our horses prepare for race day. That's Breakfast on the Rail on August 12th. Coming up tomorrow, we have Killer Queen performing live here at Canterbury Park as a part of our Concerts at the Park series. We've still got a few more acts coming up after that in August, including Get the Let Out, Smash Mouth and the Spin Doctors, and Randy Hauser. If you want to check out any of the details for these concerts, Randy Hauser's in September. If you want to get tickets for any of them, check out canterburypark.com/events to learn more. And remember, Leg Up Day is coming on Saturday. You can help support injured jockeys, retired horses, and others in the racing industry locally. We'll be hosting a silent auction. We have a dunk tank, a jockey autograph table, and more. Help support all the horsemen and women with Canterbury Park at Leg Up Night. You can check out all the events, details, and get your tickets at canterburypark.com. The Pick 4 is coming up in 5 minutes. There's my ticket. You can see it on the screen right now, starting here in the 6th. All eyes on C to Success. He is your heavy 6-5 favorite. He's been the heavy favorite since they put up the odds. Casey's Law is the other one that I used in here. He's the other Nate Quinones trainee, and he's got a lot of speed from the inside. If anyone is going to run them off their feet besides his stablemate, I thought it could be Casey's Law. So I just used these two in an attempt at a front-end score for Team Quinones. Now, race number 7's back on the turf. This one was complicated. I tried to stay towards the inside with horses that I think either will be on the lead, like Summer All Year, in a good spot just off the pace like Black Limo, or from the clouds like Public Opinion, the power play, because I saw Kurt's Choice perhaps not having an easy time on the front end. Calico Joe scratching will help, but I think there's enough speed in here to keep things uncomfortable for him and spring a mild upset in our final thoroughbred race of the night. I went 3 and 4. Sassy Frast T is my angle horse in race number 8. The other Vic Hansen that I used was just Henry to the outside. Both of these two have a few starts to them. A little lack of experience with most of the rest of them. And in the 9th, we do scratch the 4. I loved her tonight. I'm just going to use 2 and 5. I don't think it's a one-horse race like Kevin does. Her featured Candy might have more, but she's got to have more if she's going to beat Fandemic, and those are the two for that $12 ticket. If you want to make one yourself, add, subtract, just run that one a couple times. However you want to handle this pick 4, you got to do it in the next 4 minutes because that's when they'll be at the gate for race number 6.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Almost time for that pick 4. We've got season-long partners here at Canterbury we want to thank, including Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction. Don't miss the next behind-the-scenes event at Canterbury. It's called Breakfast on the Rail. It takes place on Saturday, August the 12th. You can enjoy a trackside breakfast from 7 to 10 a.m., exclusive views of the horses' training, and special guests to take you through the ins and outs of the game. Head to CanterburyPark.com and come join us for Breakfast on the Rail. C2 Success, 4 to 5, now even money and favored. Going to travel 6 furlongs here, and it is post time. Post time now for that pick 4 and race number 6. Astronaut Oscar, the second choice, up on the board at 3 to 1. There's that favorite in the orange jacket. Astronaut Oscar moving in. We're set for a start. There in the gate. And they're off. A stumble for Storm in Hong Kong. On the outside, Astronaut Oscar took a flyer and jumps the field, goes right to the lead. C to Success will follow that one. Rocking the dad bod. Comes up the inside. Now Casey's Law rotates off the rail for Roman. Then it's a couple lengths back to Warrior Boss. And after that stumble, Storm in Hong Kong has already got 10 lengths to make up. And Astronaut Oscar trying to take them all the way on the front end. Leads it by a half length. C to Success being urged to keep up with that one. Then we come to Rockin' the Dad Bod on the inside. Casey's Law poised to pounce at a big price. Right behind those horses is Warrior Boss. And a big gap of 12 back to Storm in Hong Kong. Astronaut Oscar still there, leading it still by a half a length. C to Success now trying to sense the warning call and put some pressure on him. Rocking the dad bod, looms a menacing presence and rotates off the rail as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. And Astronaut Oscar leads them and leads them by 2. C to Success took that run but couldn't keep up with him. Astronaut Oscar got the lead early and ran them right off their feet. Astronaut Oscar all the way. Tight photo for second, third, and fourth. No doubt about the winner. Time on the board, 111.57. No doubt about the winner. As I mentioned, super tight photo for the Exacta and the remaining parts of the Exotics. 3 horses across the wire together. Hold all tickets there. Photo sign is down. Second place goes to the 2 at a price. Rocking the dad bod. Favorite finishes 3rd. Storm in Hong Kong 4th. 6-2, 3-5. Back-to-back wins for trainer David Van Winkle. $6.20 for that win ticket on Astronaut Oscar. 10-cent super, $41.08. The Jake Reed 8-6 double, $13.20. The 6-2 exacta, $33.70. That trifecta, $58.20. On deck, we go back to that firm turf course for the 7th. Put Luis Valenzuela on the 3. Scratch the 7. The 11 horse, Texas Hold'em, draws in with that scratch. 11 horse is in race 7. 7 horse is scratched. Valenzuela rides the 3. David Van Winkle in the skull hat. Cooling down Astronaut Oscar. 10th career victory for Oscar. 7th time victorious here at Canterbury. Another Minnesota bred toppling open company. That's happened multiple times on the card so far tonight. Stand by for some claiming information, but right now we celebrate the victorious. Into the winner's circle goes the official winner of race number 6, Astronaut Oscar. Astronaut Oscar is a 7-year-old chestnut horse by law enforcement out of Speak Peace. Folded Minnesota by the owner, Mr. Pete Matson. Back-to-back wins for Canterbury Park Hall of Fame trainer David Van Winkle and the winning jockey Chad Lindsay. Congratulations to the connections of Astronaut Oscar. There was a $16,000 claim in our 6th race. Number 3, C to Success, claim for $16K. The new owner is Norma Martinez, the new trainer Esteban Martinez. 7th race on the turf in 20 minutes. And they're off a stumble for Storm in Hong Kong. On the outside, Astronaut Oscar took a flyer and jumps the field, goes right to the lead. C to Success will follow that one, rocking the dad bod. Comes up the inside. Now Casey's Law rotates off the rail for Roman. Then it's a couple lengths back to Warrior Boss. And after that stumble, Storm in Hong Kong has already got 10 lengths to make up. And Astronaut Oscar trying to take them all the way on the front end, leads it by a half length. C to Success being urged to keep up with that one. Then we come to rocking the dad bod on the inside. Casey's Law poised to pounce at a big price. Right behind those horses is Warrior Boss, and a big gap of 12 back to Storm in Hong Kong. Astronaut Oscar still there, leading it still by a half a length. C to Success now trying to sense the warning call and put some pressure on him. Rocking the dad bod, looms a menacing presence and rotates off the rail as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. And Astronaut Oscar leads them and leads them by 2. C to Success took that run but couldn't keep up with him. Astronaut Oscar got the lead early and ran them right off their feet. Astronaut Oscar all the way. Tight.
We're almost done with Thoroughbreds. We go to the turf for the final one of that sequence. Race 7 is $10,000 claimers. They go 1 mile. Please make the rider on number 3, Public Opinion, Luis Valenzuela. Quite a few to get through here with the scratch of Calico Joe. Still 10 in the gate, and we bring in Texas Hold'em off the also eligible list. The one is Summer All Year. I tried the younger sibling of Summer All Year earlier today. He ran a good second, but Summer All Year is going to stretch out on the turf. Last time we saw him doing it, he was running 5 furlongs behind St. Charles, who's picked up a couple of wins in front-running fashion this year. Summer All Year did chase him, but does a little bit better, it seems, when he can get the lead or close to it going 2 turns. That's what he's going to do again today. And the last time we saw him doing it, he only lost by half a length behind Sarge's Sermon. He made a mid-race move that day to go and get up into contention when the pace slowed down a bit. Heads-up move by Alonso Quinones, but this horse also hadn't run since February. Maybe now that he's got a few starts, no layoff, Summer All Year can make a similar sort of move and hang on at the end of things. Right now, he's 7-1. I would take that. 13-1 on the Black Limo right next door. He tried our turf course for the first time. That was behind Kurt's Choice, and it was only a 4-length defeat. But Black Limo sometimes gets very eager to go in the early parts of races, and on the first turn, usually gets himself right into contention without anywhere to go. Maybe if Black Limo makes that same sort of move into contention today, he can get the lead early and get the jump on some of the big closers. It's a maybe, but it's a 13-1. Maybe I would take those odds, and I use this horse on my tickets that are now dead. Public Opinion is the power play today. He came from off the pace at Turf Paradise to break his maiden. That was only in start 3, and that was last November. This year, that closing kick hasn't proved quite as productive. Now, it's been against Stakes Company a couple of times and also against optional claimers, but they were very pricey optional claimers. When he came against $20,000 types here, it didn't improve the result very much, so they're going to drop him again in hopes that he'll wake up at 5-1. Mr. Cougar was the favorite just a moment ago. Mr. Cougar has lots of pieces and some on our turf course to go with that one win, but Mr. Cougar has a lot of work usually to do coming into the stretch. I don't know if he'll have a lot of pace to run down, but Kurt's Choice should help with that sort of thing. He's taken a couple of fields wire to wire, both $15,000 claimers. The first one were maidens, but the second group were very similar to the group that he'll see today. He hung on by a nose that day, was claimed by Joel Burnt, and you know they've won their share of turf races this season over our course, and Kurt's Choice is 7-2. 8-1 on Tour the World. This is another one who will be coming from the clouds in Tour the World. Has got a second place finish in 9 tries on our turf, but nothing else besides that. Little Red Rifle has some speed, and Little Red Rifle used that speed to finish second in the aforementioned Sarge's Sermon race. Since then, hasn't worked out and is hanging on, and he has drawn a wide post today. Mike Galante broke his maiden last time in dead heat fashion. He got up by a head over 3 Roughshots, who was coming on at the end of things. Didn't know if Mike Galante was going to get there, but he tries to put them back-to-back at 19-1. 18-1 is the price on Risky Situation, and he is going to get to the turf for the first time in a long time. Risky Situation has shown speed lately, but it hasn't usually been the pattern for him. Typically, he's more of an off-the-pace horse, and Risky Situation combined with the outside post, maybe up against it from that perspective. 22-1 is the price on Texas Hold'em. This is that also eligible from the Silva Barn. Only going to make his second start for a tag, but the first one was around 1 turn on the dirt in Texas. A lot of differences for Texas Hold'em this time. We'll see if he can pick up win number 2. If he does so, he'll do so at 22-1. We're 9 minutes away from this 7th race. It's the final pick 3 opportunity you have for the day. You can do doubles, exactas tries, 10-cent supers, lots of them. Just 1 scratch and 10 to pick from. They'll go to post for the 7th in 9 minutes, and right now they make their way down the bridle path for it.
The sweet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for our final thoroughbred race. It's a turf race at 1 mile. Put Luis Valenzuela on number 3, Public Opinion. Scratch the 7, Calico Joe, and please add Texas Hold'em to the field. 11 horse draws in, 7 horses out. Valenzuela on the 3. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, super perfecta daily double. And the final 3 races comprise the final pick 3 of the night. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amanda. I'm down here in the winner's circle with
Keith.
And where are you from, Keith?
Plymouth, Minnesota.
All right, awesome. Do you know anything about chicken wings?
I like them.
Well, that's good because we have some chicken wing trivia here for you today. Keith is going to be playing for 2 tickets to Taste of Canterbury's Wings and Whiskey. And we're going to turn around here to the screen for our question. What is the biggest day for eating chicken wings in America?
B.
B, the Super Bowl. Is he right? He is correct. You have won 2 tickets to Taste of Canterbury Wings and Whiskey on August 5th. Congratulations, Keith.
Thank you.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 7. Good betting race here. Mr. Cougar favored at 9-5. Kurt's Choice second choice at 5-2. Everybody else 5-1 and up. Horse from the also eligibles, the last horse in line. That's the gray horse Texas Hold'em, and we're ready for our final thoroughbred race of the night. 2 quarter horse dashes to close out this late pick 5. If you're alive, good luck. Texas Hold'em, all in the gate. And they're off. Texas Hold'em, last one in, last one out as well. Kurt's Choice with keen early speed, joined by Little Red Rifle. On the outside of horses comes Risky Situation. Then we're into Summer All Year, who's tracking from 3 lengths off that leader. In tightly was Black Lemo. Outside of that one is Mr. Cougar. And 4 wide is My Calante. It's a big gap of 7 lengths now. Back to Tour of the World. Outside of that one is the slow starting Texas Hold'em. And Public Opinion can see them all. 12 lengths from front to back. They went 23 flat through that opening quarter mile. A couple of long shots dictate terms in fast fashion, led by Little Red Rifle. Risky Situation clings to that one. Kurt's Choice gets the Dream Trip from 3rd, just 2 lengths off those leaders. Then it's Summer All Year at a big price. Inside is Black Lemo. From in between, Mr. Cougar's got some horse. Looking for a way through is Mr. Cougar. He looks like he's loaded up. Then we come back to My Calante, Texas Hold'em. Inside comes Tour of the World, and still nothing yet from Public Opinion. 46-3. And Little Red Rifle has the lead, but here comes Mr. Cougar, who continues to make steady progress. Mr. Cougar in the yellow hat. Inside comes Black Lemo. Black Lemo looking for some room as well. Little Red Rifle trying to gut him down as they head to the top of the Canterbury stretch, but Mr. Cougar is breathing down his neck. So is Black Lemo, and looking for a way through is Kurt's Choice as they stampede into that final furlong. Inside Black Lemo, outside Mr. Cougar. Black Lemo, Mr. Cougar. Black Lemo gets it done, and gets it done at a price. 11-1, Black Lemo goes boom. Unofficially, the 2-horse Victorious Black Lemo. The card starts with a Turf Bomb. And the thoroughbred portion of the program going to close out with a nice price on the lawn as well. Second goes to Mr. Cougar, the 6-5 favorite. That finishing time, 136.07. Photo for the Tri and Superfecta. So hold your tickets. Photo sign is down. Third place goes to the 9 at 30-1. $11-1, over 6-5, over 30-1, over 8-1. Stand by for some juicy payoffs in the exotics. Crafty ride by Loreno Sosa, saving that ground in traffic around the turn, and that paid off in the end at 11-1. On deck, we've got a couple of quarter horse dashes to close out this late pick 5. Scratch the 7 in race 8, scratch the 4 in race 9 if you're planning ahead. $25.20 for that win ticket on Black Limo. Trifecta paid $165.75. The 10-cent super, $201.65. The double, 6 and 2, paid $63.40. Pick 3, 8, 6, and 2 for $184.80. The pick 4, another good one, $639.25. And how about the pick 5, $1,949.85. The Mark Tenorti 2-4 exacta, $26.30. So our early pick 4 paid over $1,700, and now the pick 5 pays over $1,900. Both banked by key turf races, one on the front, one on the back. We're still in the process of another pick 5 with some payoff potential that concludes after our 9th race. A bath for the toils of number 2 Black Limo, shipped up here in June from Florida, a Tampa shipper. Was 1 for 26 entering this race. It's his first win in the turf and second career victory. Here comes the long shot into the winner's circle. It's the victorious Black Limo. Black Limo is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Shanghai Bobby out of Freethinker Fold in Kentucky. The winning owner is Michael Rhodes. The winning trainer is Lynn Rarick. And the winning jockey, Loreno Sosa. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Black Limo. Quarter horses dash, the late daily double, and race 8 start in 20 minutes. They're off. Texas Hold'em, last one in, last one out as well. Kurt's Choice with keen early speed, joined by Little Red Rifle. On the outside of horses comes Risky Situation. Then we're into Summer All Year, who's tracking from 3 lengths off that leader. In tightly was Black Limo. Outside of that one is Mr. Cougar. And 4 wide is My Calante. It's a big gap of 7 lengths now. Back to Tour of the World. Outside of that one is the slow starting Texas Hold'em. And Public Opinion can see them all. 12 lengths from front to back. They went 23 flat through that opening quarter mile. A couple of long shots dictate terms in fast fashion, led by Little Red Rifle. Risky situation clings to that one. Kurt's Choice gets the dream trip from third, just 2 lengths off those leaders. Then it's Summer All Year at a big price. Inside is Black Lemo. From in between, Mr. Cougar's got some horse. Looking for a way through is Mr. Cougar. He looks like he's loaded up. Then we come back to My Calante, Texas Hold'em. Inside comes Tour of the World, and still nothing yet from Public Opinion. 46-3, and Little Red Rifle has the lead, but here comes Mr. Cougar, who continues to make steady progress. Mr. Cougar in the yellow hat. Inside comes Black Lemo. Black Lemo looking for some room as well. Little Red Rifle trying to gut him down as they head to the top of the Canterbury stretch, but Mr. Cougar is breathing down his neck. So is Black Lemo, and looking for a way through is Kurt's Choice as they stampede into that final furlong. Inside Black Lemo, outside Mr. Cougar. Black Lemo, Mr. Cougar. Black Lemo gets it done, and gets it done at a price. 11-1, Black Lemo goes boom.
we have quarter horses to conclude the Thursday card. Excellent job thus far, Kevin. Got the short ones left, and we have a couple of maidens in the 8th and 9th. Now we go 350 yards in the 8th race, and in the quarter horse double, I would say that one was a lot more wide open than the other, but of course, 8-1 has turned into 2-1 on Sassy Frosty.
People believe. They want to believe in the angle.
She's
and
the favorite.
she looks good, too.
Yeah.
That's the Remington Park shipper, and they run some big races down there, no doubt about it. I have a sneaky feeling that Vic Hansen's got something up his sleeve here with the 4-horse, but I respect the 3. I think the 3 is absolutely the horse to beat.
Yeah.
In the last race, the 2 is going to be tough to beat. So unless you've done some creative pick 5 where you got that turf bomber home, I just can't see the 2-horse in the last race without any trouble out of the gate losing. I can't see that happening. So you're going to have to really be creative here. Maybe try to hit the trifecta here and then roll that money over into a large, maybe win better trifecta wheel, keen the 2 on top in the last.
Well, if you're going to go heavy on a double and you think that the 2 can't lose in the last, then who are the 1 or 2 horses that you would put in on the first leg of it? You can always gauge your will pays and everything, but who would you use in this spot? How deep would you need to go in the 8th?
I think just the 3 and 4. I think it's a pretty wide open race, but I think the 3 and 4, as I handicap the race, have an edge on this field and a fairly significant edge. So those are the 2 I would use and try to get into a situation where you can turn maybe a 1-2 shot in the last into maybe a 2 or 3-1 shot. That's kind of how you look for value out here.
Sure.
I really wish I would have played the late pick 5 because, that turf race had trouble written all over it. It had spread written all over it. We talked to our friend Jay Litza from the Tribune. He was 6 deep on that pick 5. He didn't get his single home in the middle, but that was a race where you could have found that horse by spreading.
Right.
I didn't play it, and now we're left to try to dissect these cues and see how they look in the paddock now.
Right, yeah, a couple of races without a standout. And I'm going to ask you to be my eyes on the screen while we go through this field. We'll go through them quickly because there's not a whole bunch of history with any of them. Keeping it confidential on the inside has raced twice, once at Remington Park, once at Prairie Meadows. The first one kind of ran in spots. He was 6th that day. He draws the rail here, though. As much as he improved going from Remington down to Prairie, I just couldn't see keeping it confidential, getting a clean enough trip on the inside to replicate that. So I did use this horse underneath.
Rail's been tough. You got a winner last night. It was the first winner in our quarter horse season, and it was a grade 3 race at that.
Yeah, it took a while for a rail horse to win, so we're going to move to the outside. Rippin' Guns is next. This is a filly that's a daughter of Minnesota Guns. There were some nice works down at Remington, and they're still good up here, but this horse was previously scratched out of a different spot to go in here. Rippin' Guns also towards the inside, a first-time starter in amongst some experienced horses. Not for me, but I am going to pass for a different day for Rippin' Guns because there might be some ability here, and the board would probably spell that out at 7-2. But some things working against her, including Sassy Frosty to her right that has 3 starts, has progressed in each of them, and I think we'll love the 350 yards. When you look at 2-year-olds, usually you get 250 or 300. When they go 350, does it matter much to you how much experience they have, or just if they can handle it, they can handle it?
I look at the trainer, for one, how they do with first-timers. Olmsted obviously dominates. And then I look at the horses near them because I think an overlooked aspect of handicapping the quarter horses, and Jeff Madej has taught me well, he's the best in the biz, the horses around them dictate the trip they get to.
It can,
Sometimes,
yeah,
as you
definitely.
talked about earlier, we were walking in this afternoon, you talked about how horses, if they're next to a speed ball, will follow them in a quarter horse race. If I have a first-time starter I like, I want them to be around horses that have been breaking clean and showing speed because that will, I think, maybe magnify their skill set right out of the gate.
Yeah, and that's a very fair point because Jess Henry, the 4, has been breaking a touch better than Sassy Frosty, but it has been against claimers as opposed to straight maidens. I think that these 2 probably will both get out of the gate fairly quick just by lieu of experience. I mean, they know how to do it and they can get the 350 yards, but that's what made me like Sassy Frosty. She's just been finishing off a little bit better than Jess Henry in some of those shorter races. I think 350 is just what the doctor ordered. Now, just to their outside is their fellow stablemate, Sir Walter Stoley. He stuttered step out of the gate last time when he was on the rail, and then he was way out of it in his debut. Frankly, needs to just show more than he has thus far. Some of the morning works stack up, some of them don't, and that's why you see 9-1 as opposed to 4 or 2-1 on his 2 stablemates.
Yeah, it makes sense. And, watching the horses in the paddock, I thought both the 3 and 4 looked fine. I thought the 8 horse here, who's on screen right now, makes a super nice impression. Again,
Yeah.
the odds, the paper, you still have to handicap the race, but if you're looking at this horse on our monitors right now, I thought the 8 really made a good impression in the paddock.
Yeah, and he's another one of those 3-time starters. Has put some of the elements together, but not all of them. Drew the outside, has lost to some stablemates in the past, and right now is in the camp to do it again. By the way, the odds stack up. Lots of love for the rail horse. I stand alone with your current favorite, Sassy Frass T, with 9 minutes to post. The first of 2 quarter horse races is track bound, and they go 350 yards in 9 minutes with double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering on the menu. Scratch the 7 Union Quality, 7 Go to Post. Lynn Dykert, greet this race 8 field right. We know you will.
The horses come onto the track for the 8th race tonight. Scratch number 7. 7 is out. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and a daily double. Quarter horses dash at a distance of 350 yards next. 2-minute warning now. 2 minutes to the quarter horse double that starts here in race 8. I want to thank Continental Diamond for their sponsorship of racing. It's proposal season right now. Head to Continental Diamond for your engagement needs. They've been voted the best jeweler by Minnesota Bride Magazine every year since back in the year 2010. You can visit them in St. Louis Park or online at continentaldiamond.com. Don't forget, we've got summer nights and cold beers, as Canterbury Park's Beer Festival includes live racing admission and beer samples from an extensive list of participating breweries. Tickets on sale right now at canterburypark.com/events. Lots going on here, including a big weekend with the Leg Up Fund on Saturday. Killer Queen tomorrow night. Get the Let Out coming up here in early August, a Led Zeppelin cover band that looks outstanding. Leg Up Saturday, first post 5 o'clock. Pepsi Family Days Sunday, first post 1 o'clock. Wide open betting board here in race 8. We've got 2 long shots in the middle of the field, 5 and 6 double digits. Everybody else taking play. You've got a minute to get your bets in. Don't get shut out. Horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the 8th. A couple of 5-2 shots. The 1 keeping it confidential for trainer Jason Olmstead. And the 4, Jess Henry, for Vic Hansen. Vic's got both the 3 and the 4 here. Field loading professionally so far. These are maidens looking for their first victory. Couple debut, including the 2-horse Rippin' Guns. Here comes Sassy Frass T with LV. Grays bookend the field, including Dennis the Menace to the outside. We're almost ready. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jess Henry broke like a shot in between horses. Inside is Keeping It Confidential. Outside comes Sir Walter Stoley, but it's Keeping It Confidential. Zooming away to the lead. Keeping It Confidential leads. Here comes the wire. Keeping It Confidential. Jess Henry. Tight photo. 1 and 4 hit the wire together. Hold them all. Four horses hit the wire within about a head of each other. Going to make the photogs here work overtime. Win was tight. Exacta, Try, Super, all inches apart. We'll wait for that photo. Photo sign is down. We have an answer. The winner is number 4, Jess Henry. Second goes to the 5, Sir Walter Stoley. Third, the 8, Dennis the Menace, and a tough beat for the 1. Keeping it confidential, led into the final couple of jumps. 4 quarter horses separated by inches. 4-5, 8-1 up on the board. Finishing time, 18.43. Jess Henry pays $9.40 for the win. The Matt Dumba 2-4 double, $40.40. Trifecta, $93.15. 10-cent super, $57.17. Jess Henry had 3 starts in Oklahoma at Remington Park. Progressively faster in each start. Graduates here in his Minnesota debut for Vic Hansen. On deck is the 9th race. In the 9th, we have a major scratch of the 4. No show or trifecta now with that 4-horse being scratched. Let's celebrate this winner, though. Into the circle comes the victorious Jess Henry. Jess Henry is a 2-year-old brown gelding by PYC Fun and Fancy out of Dip Down Dash. Foaled in Oklahoma by the owners, David and Deborah Hirsch. The winning trainer, Mr. Vic Hansen, and the winning jockey, Doug Frank. Congratulations to the connections of Jess Henry. The nightcap in 19. They're off. Jess Henry broke like a shot in between horses. Inside is keeping it confidential. Outside comes Sir Walter Stoley, but it's keeping it confidential. Zooming away to the lead, keeping it confidential leads. Here comes the wire, keeping it confidential. Jess Henry, tight photo. 1 and 4 hit the wire together, hold them all.
The 9th is upon us, and now it's 13 minutes away. Yeah, it's the last quarter horse of the day. It'll close everything out. Some decent payouts in line if you are alive in any of those sequences. Good luck. There are 4 left on the card as the 4 has scratched from here. So we have no show wagering. We have no try wagering, just win, place, and exacta. Now we start on the rail with Retribution. He's a son of Big Drama. Now it's a thoroughbred you'd probably recognize, Breeders' Cup winner. And he kind of looks a little like a thoroughbred, but he has shown some quarter horse speed and improved a little bit with his first 2 starts. Now they started him at 400, went down to 350. They'll stretch him back out. Makes a little bit of sense because he did take some time to get rolling, but frankly, he hit a horse, or he beat a horse that hit the rail and the 2 that pushed him into it in that last start. So Retribution has some things to prove and has some improving to do, but you get 3-1 on that one. Fandemic to his outside has a lot more experience, and she comes from Remington Park and Prairie Meadows herself. Now, the last time that she was at Prairie, she did lose to Mundata, but fortunately for her, Mundata scratched out of here. So Fandemic does get a little bit less to deal with to her outside, at least as far as any sort of trouble out of the gate. But Fandemic has to break the way that she did last time, frankly. I mean, she was a little bit further out of it. She's caused some of her own trouble, but she kind of put things together last time. So Fandemic, again, just does something similar. I think she'll come home in front. Right now, she's 8-5, and she has a firster to deal with on her right, and he is taking a touch of money, but you'd expect to after the scratch. They all will. Guy's Model T is going to make his first start for Jerry Livingston, and yes, he is a gelding. Yes, that is the one change in here besides the scratch. Guy's Model T is a gelding. Kelsey Har will hop aboard him for his first start. He's 5. That's the main drawback for me. It took him quite a while to get to the races, and Guy's Model T is just going to get things started at age 5. I'm going to let him have this one, see how he takes stuff in his first start. We'll get a look at him in the paddock in just a moment, but he has some catching up to do, especially to Fandemic, who has all that experience on him just immediately to his left in the gate. Now, the outside horse, her featured Candy, just has 2 starts, one at Remington Park, and needed a layoff after that. She really didn't produce much run the last time that we saw her at Prairie Meadows. Granted, it was less than 2 weeks ago. Maybe she got a lot out of that because she did have the layoff between her first 2 starts, but she, like a couple others, just needs to get a lot better. Now, this is the right circumstance to do it. She is 2-1. I understand that 400 yards may help this filly, but that's a lot of mays, that's a lot of maybes. Kevin is all about Fandemic. I scratched into Fandemic, but for a lot of reasons, she does stick out in the 9th race bunch. There's the first-time starter with blinkers, Guy's Model T. Looks like he's taking things in nicely. It's a lot of horse, but Guy's Model T is one that I'm going to let beat me, I suppose, if he does go to the winner's circle. He does make a good impression at first asking, though, and that's the 4 of them. Remember, scratch the 4 out of here. Win, place, exacta are the choices for this 9th race that'll go off in about 10 minutes. Your 8-5 favorite remains Fandemic to close things out with a favorite. They're going to head out to the track very shortly, and the quartet will be greeted by Lynn Dykert momentarily.
The incomparable Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the lucky last. Race number 9, contested at 400 yards with the scratch of number 4. No show and no trifecta wagering. We're back on Saturday for Leg Up Day with a 5 p.m. first post. We're back on Sunday for Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. The final race of the night happens in 7 minutes. approaching the gate. 1 minute now, 1 minute. The quartet has reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the ninth. Pandemic favored at 6-5 from post 2. Outside marker is her featured Candy, second choice 2-1. Here comes Kelsey on Guy's Model T. And the Olmsted charge to the outside, the last in line once we get that Model T in there. Great night again for our gate crew. Outstanding work once again here. These equine athletes, we're ready for the ninth. 400 yards, here they come. They're in the gate. And they're off. The favorite Pandemic broke nicely. Inside is Retribution. Outside, here comes her featured Candy. Her featured Candy to the outside. Pandemic is in between them. Inside Retribution. It's Pandemic. Pandemic pounding away. Pandemic pulling away. Pandemic cruising to victory. .29, that finishing time as the 4-5 favorite Pandemic runs away from this ninth race field. Place money and exacta bets paid off with the second place finisher, who is the 5. Her featured Candy. It finished 2-5-1-3. Bettors had this one figured out from the gun. And they run in order here to close out the ninth race. Don't forget, we do come back on Saturday, leg up day. Such an important day for all of us here at Canterbury. Jockey autographs, pictures, memorabilia. We're raising money to support the men and women who risk their lives for entertainment in this great game of horse racing. Come out on Saturday night, 5 o'clock first post. Fun activities. Paul Allen's going to call a race from the dunk tank. Jockeys will be racing. There'll be all kinds of opportunities for you guys to help out and have a good time doing it. 5 o'clock, leg up day here at Canterbury on Saturday. Pepsi Family Day is Sunday. Race 9 official, cashable $3.80. Little breakage there on your win bet for Pandemic. Pick 3 paid $123.70. The pick 4, $238.10. We had a late pick 5 that paid $1,368.80. The Al McAdam 2-5 exacta, $2.70. The $1 double, 4 and 2, $8.40. So we had a pick 4 pay thousands. We had both pick 5s paying the thousands tonight at Canterbury. That low takeout once again putting more money in the pockets of our playing patrons here in Shakopee. There's a good look at Pandemic. Easy winner here in the last. shipped up from Prairie Meadows after a troubled start back on June the 30th. And tonight gets the maiden breaking victory. Into the winner's enclosure, the victorious number 2, Fandemic. Fandemic is a 3-year-old bay filly by Apolitical Jess out of First Fancy Racy. Fulton, Texas, the winning owner, Tom Maher, the winning trainer, Tyler Stein, and the winning jockey, Giovanni Estrada. Congratulations to the winning connections of Fandemic in the 9th. Fans, don't forget our casino on the main floor has blackjack, Texas Hold'em, food and beverage service, air conditioning, all kinds of great options throughout the night. Simulcasting all weekend long. Del Mar opens tomorrow. Del Mar Racetrack out in California. You want to be out here tomorrow to bet Del Mar, Saratoga, and all the great tracks across the Great Divide. When you leave, drive safe. Come back this weekend. Great simulcasting. Saratoga and Del Mar tomorrow. Concert tomorrow night. Killer Queen. And Saturday, leg up night, raising money for the jockeys here at Canterbury. Sunday's Family Day. Thanks for coming out tonight. Can't wait to see you back here this weekend. In the gate. And they're off. The favorite Fandemic broke nicely. Inside is Retribution. Outside, here comes her featured Candy. Her featured Candy to the outside. Fandemic is in between them. Inside Retribution. It's Fandemic. Fandemic pounding away. Fandemic pulling away. Fandemic cruising to victory.